And we are going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're live. Sebastian, please confirm. Please confirm if we're live. You said, right, so we're live, guys. Thank you. Over to you, Helen.
Good morning, good afternoon, welcome. Welcome wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Global Youth Conference hosted by One Forum Africa. My goodness, we had an awesome time yesterday and today is day 2. Please, get your notebooks out. We had excellent guest speakers yesterday and I am so excited. We have breakout rooms for any child who's under 18. We have breakout rooms. So if you have a child, please let them log in and they will be assigned to a breakout room where they have different activities going on in the breakout rooms. Okay, without wasting any time, I'm going to hand over to the founder of the One Africa Forum, who is Prince. He is here and he's just going to give a speech about the organization. Thank you and welcome. Thank you all for joining in. Sorry, on Facebook, welcome. On Zoom, welcome. Thank you so much. I hand over to Prince now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you very much, everyone. It is an honor to have everybody here today. And I want to say that I am really, really grateful to having you all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really an honor, and it is with great honor and privilege that I welcome you all to the second day of the Global Youth Conference. As Africa hosts the world today, we see a future. We see a future in Africa. And that future that we see in Africa is one that we have all collectively come together today to enhance, to develop, and to build. Today, we see thousands of young Africans who are determined to take their destinies in their hands, focused and in the pursuit of their vision, coming together to win together. Let me assure you that our organization will continually do its best to engage relevant stakeholders from across the world to do the needful in Africa, and will constantly engage them until the African of our dream is realized. Ladies and gentlemen, as a movement, over the years, we have built good relationships and made friends from across the world because we know that Africa cannot stand alone and stand tall. So we say thank you to our friends of One African Forum all over the world. The impact of COVID-19 on businesses, individuals, and even economies around the world has become almost unbearable. And it is important that at this point, we cultivate the culture of Ubuntu, the culture of togetherness, and collaborate to support each other, because it is actually the fact that I am because you are. As a movement, we want to travel very far and make more impact. And as the saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And this is one of the main aims of this year's global conference. We want to go far, so we need each other. Let us invest more. And as I encourage you, let us invest more in empowerment of youth and women and educate children as well. We must give proper attention to skill development and leadership training. It is not new, it is no longer news that most of our leaders in Africa have failed us and failed this generation. And therefore, it will be a disservice to the coming generation if we, knowing this, do not train reliable and breed reliable and conscious leaders to rewrite the wrongs and make good path for the generations to come. Let me particularly thank those who supported us through this journey and those who have actually been with us all through, genuinely. I assure you that we will not give up on the dream of Africa. And as leader of One African Forum, I will continue to engage across borders to build a generation of action and not just talkers. Finally, as we planned this program, we received encouragement from so many people. And of course, some were indeed skeptical of the vision and the big picture because that was unclear. And I want to say thank you particularly to Cornelia Henschel, who went beyond just words to ensure that we make the best of this conference. She also did all she could to network us with a number of influential people from across the world who we are confident we can work together to drive Africa's economy to optimum. We say a big thank you. I also want to particularly appreciate all our coordinators of One African Forum from various countries. And as it is known, One African Forum has its base in over 30 countries currently in Africa. And I want to say thank you to all our coordinators from various countries and also regions who have been working so hard. We appreciate your hard work and dedication, even with little or no motivation. To Helen Appiah, who is the owner of Harmony Children in UK, I want to say thank you, because she didn't just knock on our doors, but she chose to be a part of the work that we're doing here today. I want to say thank you to Sebastian, who went all out to ensure that we have good connection and ensure that everything that we needed technically was put in place. Thank you very much, Sebastian, and we do appreciate you. And to every other person, we want to say thank you. We want to say that as you have come today to this conference, please make the most of it. Make the most of your time. And as One African Forum, we will always, always welcome everyone who knock on our doors, because it is our dream that we all work together and achieve a better Africa. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you, and thank you. If you need to reach us on any platform, I would suggest that you visit our website, send us an email, or call any number on the website. We are always available to talk to you. Our doors are always available to actually welcome you in and partner with you, collaborate with you until we achieve the Africa of our dream. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you again. And please make the most of this time. Learn, network, connect, and be the best that you can be. And at the end of the day, when we look back at days like this, we will see that we have built a nation and built an Africa that is borderless. And so we can proudly say, and as I always say, at the end of the day, our children will speak one language. Thank you very much. And I remain Ambassador Prince Edosege Iraho, leader of One African Forum. You're all welcome. Thank you.
Wow, what an awesome speech. Thank you so much, Prince. Thank you again for this great vision. Thank you, Cornelia. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you for all those people who were working behind the scenes. We say thank you. We say thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing the first guest speaker, and I can already see that she is on the platform. I have her bio here, and I was like, wow, I'm so empowered when I see great women doing great things, you know. So I have the pleasure of introducing Beatrice Fonias. Please forgive me if I pronounce your surname wrong. Beatrice is a proud African woman with over 25 years of global experience as serial author of 23 books and a publisher of Glow Bunton. Glow Bunton Books. Beatrice is a proud mother of two, a lecturer, a transformational public speaker, executive trainer, diversity and inclusion expert, founder of Glow Bunton Transformational Mindset System. She is a multi-award-winning social transformapreneur. Sorry, I hope I mentioned that right. From 1995 to 2015, she lived in Europe and worked around the globe. She's the founder of many organizations and companies, wow, including Diversity Leadership, the Black Women's Community, and the International Center for Black women's perspectives and conveyor of the first Black European Women Congress that resulted to the Black European Women's Council. In this position, she worked closely with the European Commission and Parliament, as well as its affiliate institutions. Additionally, Beatrice lectured in several Austrian universities and coached several companies. As a passionate transformational public and TED Talk speaker, Beatrice has spoken at many international and high-ranking forums in Africa, America, and Europe, including the European Parliament and Commission, the UN offices in Geneva and New York, and Australian presidency, Harvard University in Boston. Wow. In 2008, Beatrice was the first Black woman to stand for parliamentary elections in Austria. In 2010, the award-winning blog, Black Woman in Europe, Powerless 2010, featured her as one of the most influential Black women in Europe. In 2014, she redefined, Today, she's the author of 23 books, as I already mentioned, and publisher of 42 books. Her current passion lies in coaching Black kids and adults to write and own their own stories. Wow, what an amazing guest speaker we have. Without wasting any more time, I introduce Beatrice. Beatrice, please, if you're on, if you can unmute, if you can put on your camera, we'll be very grateful. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Helen. Good morning to all your participants.
Good morning
to Africa Forum. What a warm welcome. You know, when you were reading all of those, I was like, who is she talking about? Do I know that woman? So it is a true delight to be here with you.
I'm honored.
And thank you so much for inviting me. I truly don't really know where to start. Sometimes, when you're called up, you think like you have everything to say. And then when it is your spot, you kind of see like you go blank and then nothing comes into your mind. And you wonder, what am I here for? And what should I say? And how do I impact people? So I'm very happy to be here. I see my sister Cornelia on the other side. I say hala from South Africa. I send love and inspiration and a sense of consciousness to you. I'm kind of emotional today. I don't know why, but it probably has to do with the space that I'm in and the task that awaits all of us. I was invited to speak about how to raise a conscious entrepreneur, how to raise young entrepreneurs with the right mindset. So a time to kind of speak about the importance of entrepreneurship among our children. We have all gone through a pandemic. We're still in the midst of that pandemic. And one of the things that we've learned is that there's a lot of retrenchment. Job security is no longer something that we can proud ourselves with. And entrepreneurship is a path that we're going to be forced to go through, whether we like it or not. It is time for us to think about creating more jobs instead of waiting to be given a job. And the next generation, the youth that surround us, most of them, when you go through the countries, whether you're in Africa or in Europe, when we talk about unemployment, the first people that are massively affected are women, are children. And when you're a Black woman, you're affected even much more. When you're a Black youth, you're affected 10,000 times more. So I think the path that is going to lead us forward is, how do we encourage our young people to become entrepreneurs? How do we encourage them to become job creators, not job seekers? What is the spirit that we need to instill in their minds? What are the tools that they're gonna need? How do we support them as adults, as organizations, as institutions, as leaders, as a nation, as the globe? How do we support young people to acquire the spirit of entrepreneurship, to have the courage to actually take that leap into becoming entrepreneurs in their very little steps, wherever they are, with what they have, what they own, and what they know, so that they can join us to create more jobs. I say this because at the Globuntu Books, I work a lot with young kids. And in June, I had the honor to host the Globuntu Trailblazer Award with young children. And some of them were as young as 4. And when I saw the things that they're doing out there, I was amazed. When I take time to listen to them, or when we had an interview with some of them about their perceptions, their views, their visions, it's incredible. And I think like sometimes we really have to create time to not teach the children, but to listen to them, because our children, they have a whole lot to say. Some of us are, I'm 51, some of us were born before technology, and our children are growing up in another era. So they have a different perception, a different understanding of entrepreneurship. And it is extremely important that when we teach them entrepreneurship, that we give them the space to teach us adults how to do business differently, how to become a different set of entrepreneurs. And these are some of the things that I'm just encouraging people in this forum and everyone out there to say. We have always thought things like we got it all. We have to teach the children. We have to teach the youth. The youth forum for me is a space where we open up and take time to create the space for our children to speak to us, to teach us, to show us the path to follow based on the fact that we are living in their generation, and their generation is a generation of technology. So that said, I want to really commend this forum. I want to commend the organizers. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for pulling this together in times like this. And thank you for giving us the space to speak. Sometimes during this forum, you're going to meet some of my Globuntu young authors. They will be giving you their perspectives and their understanding and visions on entrepreneurship. And that is what, for me, is the key to getting kids on the mindset of becoming entrepreneurs in times like this. That said, I would also like to say, last year we had a Global Youth Summit, a Global Black Youth Summit. It was in the midst of the pandemic, but also the movement of Black Lives Matters. That was when we had the tragic incident with Joyce Floyd, which reminded me personally, not just of so many how the exposure and the injustice and the difficulties and challenges that Black people and Black youth in particular have around the globe, how they're exposed to all kinds of discrimination, but also dangers. Just being a Black youth is something that you really have to worry about as a mother. When you have a Black son, you have a Black daughter, and you see them going into the world, you really have to worry. And I think it's something that we have to be conscious of, and to affirm our children to grow up knowing that in spite of all the challenges that they face as Black people, it is important that they stand in their greatness. It is important that they stand tall. It is important that they know who they are, where they come from, so that they can know where they're going. During the summit last year, we were lucky to have 152 people register from 32 countries. And it was all about how do we connect with each other. I think I heard the Prince talk about the Ubuntu philosophy, I am because you are. That philosophy is one of the most powerful philosophies in the world. It is very simple to understand. It comes in just that one statement, I am because you are. And when you try to understand it, it means that we are people because of other people. We become who we are because of who we are. So whatever we are, whatever we achieve in life, it has to do with the fact that we are connected to someone, that someone enabled us to get there, that someone taught us something, that someone brought us into this world, that someone connected us to someone. And based on that human connectedness, that connection, we become who we are. And when we operate in that space, it is absolutely important that we are mindful of who we are, that we are mindful of our actions, that we are mindful of the way we interact with each other, that we are mindful of the fact that whatever decisions we take, whatever passivity or silence we maintain has an effect on the entire ecosystem, no matter from which angle we are sitting. And I think we've seen with the pandemic that how interconnected we are and how our actions can affect the whole world. I don't need to expand on the pandemic with you. I think we'll all experience it. That said, I want to just give you a few bullet points that I think are extremely important if we want to raise young people who are on the mindset of becoming successful entrepreneurs. I think the first one is being self-conscious. Being self-conscious of who you are. Where do you come from? When we talk about Africa, we sometimes have the tendency to think that Africa started after independence. Africa is as older than Europe. Africa is older than America. So when we know who we are conscious of where we come from. We are conscious of the fact that Africa is the cradle of humankind. We are conscious of the fact that Africa's civilization is the birthplace of the world civilization. That goes beyond the history that you learn in school. It means that you have to become conscious of that fact. And becoming conscious of that fact means that you be curious. You be curious to do research on your history. Again, gone are the times when you had to go to libraries to look for information about history, when you had to just wait for your teacher to teach you history. Gone are those times. We have this media platforms. We're living in times of technology, so that exposes us to a lot of information. When you go on YouTube, what is it that you're looking for? What kind of information are you looking for? And there are a series of African and Black master teachers that I think every Black kid should read, every young entrepreneur should read, to be able to understand the greatness of Africa and what it means to be a person of African descent, to be an African or to be a Black person, irrespective of where you are in the world. So there was something there. So if you go online, for example, I encourage you to look for John Henry Clark. Listen to John Henry Clark on YouTube. He will give you information that would allow you to understand the scope, the vastness of your multiple your multiple identities as Africans, your vast heritage. I encourage you to listen to Ivan van Satima. He will tell you, visit his talk on Egypt Revisited. That is so powerful. He tells you the things that we need to know about Africa. And again, that takes you from the space of thinking that Africa is just all the negativity that is said about today. That it takes you from the space of thinking that being an Africa is negative or is detrimental, or thinking that being an African means that you're not good enough. I just encourage you to read. Those are just two. If you listen to John Henry Clark, and if you speak French, check out Cheikh Anta Diop. And when you have that knowledge, it puts you in a space where you know you come from a space of royalty. You come from greatness, and you can't afford not to be great in whatever you do. So that's one point, being self-conscious, being aware of who you are and where you come from. And when we know all of that, the next thing that we need to do as adults, as a society, is to affirm our children. Make them know, let them know how great they are. Let them know how important they are, how relevant they are. Give them the space to grow. Listen to them. Let them teach you. Connect with them. Take them to places. Open doors for them. Engage them. Those are the different ways that you use to affirm children. Celebrate them when they do something good. And when they do something that is not good, celebrate them for stepping into that opportunity that allows them to learn from their mistakes to be great. Because none of us is born perfect. I personally believe that you become perfect from the moment that you lie 6 feet below. Up until then, we take little imperfect steps every day towards perfection. And every day that we take those little imperfect steps, we become better and better every day. And in order to do that, we have to allow ourselves to make mistakes. And again, mistakes are just first steps in learning. Mistakes, you need all mistakes to be able to learn. As children, we learn by making one step. We take one step, we fall down, we wake up, we take the second step, and before we knew, you were able to walk, to run around, and that's it. So we allowed our children to make mistakes without reprimanding them, without making them feel bad, without making them have the feeling that they are not good enough. So affirming children to their greatness means that you allow them, you just allow them to be, and encourage them to do things that they want to do. Encourage them to take them to places. And I think that's, for me, is one way of affirming children. Again, after this, you're probably going to join the youth session to listen to some of our young Globuntu authors. They have written their books. And one of the best things to do is just tell a kid that it can. When you were growing up, I want you to think back as you were just a child. When you were growing up, you thought like you could do everything. And the older you became, the lesser you thought that you could, because your environment, people around you, your teachers, your family, your community told you that you can. When you say, I want to write a book, they say, oh, write a book. How can you write a book? You can't. No one in our family is an author. But you can be the first. Let us not let our reality, the things that we can do, become the reality of our children. Let's enable the children. Let's encourage our children to be the best version of themselves, not the best version of our dreams. Our dreams as adults are our dreams. Children have their own dreams, and our responsibility as adults, as members of a community, as a society, is to make sure that we encourage and help our children to be their own dreams, to realize their own dreams, not ours. Quite often our children fail, not because they don't know what to do, not because they don't have the skills, not because they don't have the ambition, but rather because we're pushing them too hard to do the things that we think we should have done and which we did not do. And we push them into that space, and that may not be their gift. And when they don't succeed, we become angry with them, we become discontented, we become unhappy, and we think that our children are failure. And when we constantly remind them of the things that they're not capable of doing from our perspective, we kill greatness in them. We kill them bit by bit, and we take away that ambition of becoming great. We take away their desire to change, to grow, and to impact the society that they live in. So self-consciousness, affirmation, and being able to know your history, know where you come from, understand the greatness from which you come, do research on your family and understand where you come from. What were your parents, your great-great-grandparents doing? Sometimes when you get that knowledge, it really gives you the absolute permission to stand tall. Sometimes our children don't do the things that they want to do because they think they don't have role models. But when you go through our history as Africans, as Black people, you realize that we have a lot of role models. It's not just Oprah Winfrey. It's not just Winnie Mandela. It may not just be, who else should I say right now? It may not just be Maya Angelou, but we do have a whole lot of role models. And our role models begin in our very private space, our great-grandmothers, our great-grandfathers, our parents. Those are the first people that we can connect to. And I think one other way to encourage our children to have a mindful, to step into the mindset of successful Black African entrepreneurs is by enabling them and encouraging them to know their roots, to know their history, to know where they come from, to be courageous, to be ambitious, to be daring, to dare to stand out, and to dare to make mistakes, if that is called mistakes, put them in positions where they can learn. So I think I have been talking for a very long time. I don't know how much, what was my time slot. I hope that the things that I said make sense to anybody in this room. And I hope that you're able to pick one or two things as an adult that you can take home and use to encourage your children. When I say children in our African context, all children, every child is our child. The children of my neighbor are my children. If you're a teacher, all the children in the class are your children. So people that you touch, whether it's on your social media space, whether it's in your immediate environment, your church community, wherever you are, these are the people that I'm talking about. I hope that you were able to pick something from here that you can use to help any one of those people, any one of those young people around you to step into their greatness, to dare to be great, to contribute to becoming entrepreneurs, job creators, to contribute to make Africa great, and to never forget that just being alive is a powerful gift. It's a responsibility. It is a sign of greatness, one that we have to embrace fully, to magnify and to share with the world around us, so that by the time that our time comes and we have to leave this planet, we can stand and say, we left a legacy behind. we impacted someone. We did something great. So that when you go and meet your ancestors or your creator, and they ask you, what did you do with the life that I gave you? You're able to answer that question with pride. And also that when you leave this planet, some people can keep talking about you because you made a significant, indelible contribution. My name is Beatrice Achaleke. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Congratulations again to this forum. And I am here. If there is any question, any way that I can contribute, I will be happy to do that. Thank you again so very much for having me, Helen. Thank you, Prince, and thank you, Cornelia. Thank you to everyone who contributed to make this summit a reality. I'm done.
Beatrice, that was amazing. Oh my goodness, what a start. I'm so honored. I'm so honored. We're so honored to have you. You know, we have 20 minutes now for questions and answers. Please, I hope you can avail yourself. Any questions that anybody has, please write them in the chats or let me know. Unmute yourselves. She's here to share her knowledge. She's already spoken. I'm so passionate about what you said, you know, and the things that a lot of the times we find that in education, our children are so scared to make mistakes, you know. Who would have thought, you know, children writing books as young as 8 years old? You know, there's so much we can do to empower our generation, you know, and I'm just so amazed by what you are doing. Your passion, it's so addictive, your passion that you have. And please, if anybody has any questions for Beatrice, let me just have a look at the chats. Please unmute yourselves and let me know. Anybody have any questions? Is there any, Sebastian, is there any questions on Facebook, please?
Not yet at the moment from Facebook.
Not at
Thank
the
you very
moment.
much.
Okay. Okay, let me start the
So
ball rolling.
if there's...
Could I unmute myself quickly?
Helen? Yes, of course, yes, of course.
I just have to greet my sister Beatrice all the way
Yes.
from Germany. She's very dear to my heart, and thank you so much for the great work that you are doing as well. And to everybody, all those young people out there who are listening, when you listen to my rooms, what I have all the time, I always say to you guys, surround yourself with good people. Surround yourself with people who make you grow. And if you really listened very carefully what Beatrice was saying this morning to us as well, I just have to leave you with that. Be mindful who you hang around with, so that you can grow and you can also leave a legacy behind you. So thank you so much, Beatrice, for your contribution. And I'm Cornelia, I'm complete.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. We share the same thoughts. We have a question from our next guest speaker. He's also into education, Mr. William Jackson. He's from all the way from the United States. See, we're global. So please, he's already put it in the chat, but I'd like to invite him to actually ask the question himself. Mr. Jackson, if you're available, can you unmute for me, please? Thank you. Would you like to put forward your question to Beatrice?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to make sure I get myself. What I was really excited about coming into the room and hearing Beatrice talk and how passionate she is. But I wanted to ask her also, maybe youth do have an idea of what they want to do or how they want to be more involved. What resources are available for the youth in your area or across Africa for them to be more involved in the educational system or to address social issues? Or what activities can they be involved in to start making changes and share their voice with the continent and with the world?
Thank you so much, William, for that question. In terms of resources, what I've learned in life is that if you wait for resources to get anything started, you may never ever start. That is my experience. So sometimes the resources that you need are in you, the courage, the willingness, the readiness, the boldness to be able to get something started. The Globuntu young authors, they came into my space. You know, it's incredible how they came into my space. The first one was the daughter of my friend, and the second two, the next two were the daughters of my landlord. And so they just came into my space. And when they noticed that I was writing book, they decided like, Auntie, I want to write a book. And that's how the conversation started. It took us 1 month and we had our first young author. And the topic of the book will blow your mind. The title is How I Successfully Dealt with the Death of My Brother, Weight Challenges and Bullying at School. And mind you, this young lady, you listen to her, she's in the forum. She will be telling you more about how she has evolved from writing her book. And again, sometimes we wait for leaders to provide resources. I am not that kind of a person. At Globuntu Books, I write and publish a series of books that I call Africa for Smart Kids. And those books, there are about 19 of them right now. If you go on www.globuntubooks.com, you will find those books. Those are the books that tell you about the kind of African history that I'm talking about. For example, we have 40 female presidents and prime ministers in Africa. Who knew that? We have Nobel Prize winners in Africa. We have over 300 female pilots on this continent, and the list can continue. So in terms of resources, we create our own resources that we use to empower our children. And when you hear our young authors affirm themselves, starting with their names, when you know the knowledge that they have about Africa and how that makes them proud and stand out in their classrooms, you will be amazed. And what my personal wish, taking them to places to speak, is to allow them to inspire other young people and adults to say, you don't need resources, you just get started. You just get started. They have no resources, but with their books, they've become young entrepreneurs. And the vision is to share their journey, to share their experience with as many kids, as many other communities around the world as possible, so that we can be an inspiration for one another. So in terms of resources, there is no government in here. There is no funding in here. There are no salaries in here. We just do because we think that it is the rightful thing to do. We do because we think that this is one of the best ways to create the change that we want to see. And I don't know whether this answers your question, but I just thought I should put that in to say resources. I don't know what it took to put together this conference, but what I think is the best resource that we have is a vision. The vision, the courage, the action, proactive action, and being able to step into cold water and learning how to swim while you're in the water, and not first learning to swim before you step into the water. So that is my vision of getting things done. It might not be the one that, it may not be a very entrepreneurial one, but like someone said, in Africa, we believe that wealth is sometimes not the amount of money that you have on your account, but the people that you can call upon when you are in need. And in order to create those people, that community, you got sometimes to get things done without thinking of the money, even though the money is very important when we talk of entrepreneurship. So I don't know whether that was an answer to your question.
Yes, ma'am, that answered it. I wanted to get an idea of, you're very passionate about what you're saying, but just it's kind of similar here in the United States. My wife and I, we do a lot of free workshops at our libraries on STEM, STEAM, and STREAM. And we don't get any funding. And, you know, the point is not to get funding. The point is to empower young people. So when we're having a technology workshop, or we're teaching about coding, or we're teaching about web development, it's a lot of it's what we're doing and what we're providing. So I just was curious about the works that you're doing and others are doing, whether the government was involved or not. In many cases here in the United States, they're not as well. So it's up to the people and the educators to start and really get the young people those skills that they need for future careers, or to increase their knowledge to be able to be entrepreneurs and start businesses themselves and collectively work together. So thank you very much. That did answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you. That was excellent. We have one more question in the chat. Please, if you'd like to ask a question, if you'd like to unmute, or I can read out a question. Godwin, please unmute and ask your question, please. Godwin Oga?
Yes.
If you'd like to unmute, thank you.
I've done that. Good morning, everyone. It's very, very warm to be here. Thank you, Beatrice, for such a passionate introduction and how you highlighted your passion absolutely well. I am just curious to know what your opinion would be. So a lot of literature for African success story are missing. When we talk about good case practices, you barely find them. Do you think that if we introduce these remarkable stories of Africans making impact globally and on the continent into elementary and high school, it could help bridge the gap that these people will know? Because through school, a lot of us don't really know about history, like you mentioned. Do you think that introducing this kind of literature into academic contexts would help bridge that gap? And if it's so, how do you think we can help ameliorate the reduction or the no existence of, I mean, you just mentioned about the number of pilots we have on the continent of Africa, and I didn't know that, but if we have literature in there that reflects this key achievement, it might help. I just wanted to know your context as to how we can reduce or put more knowledge out there. What would you say about that?
Thank you for that very important question. I think it is our responsibility. We don't have to wait for anyone to put out the content. We don't have to wait for anyone to put this in schools. That ties down to what William was saying. I think what we have to do is take things into our hands, because as parents, as adults, we have that responsibility. The stories that are our African stories, we need to tell them. If you go on my Facebook page or on my YouTube channel, it's called Globuntu Mindshift or Globuntu Books on Facebook. I started what I call the School of Life Masterclass. Every Saturday, I invite one Black person or a man or a woman to tell their story. Tell us the story of your life. Tell us about the things that changed your life. Tell us about your lessons learned. And I think when we do that, when we tell the stories around us, it boils down to a collection of positive stories. The reason why I did this is because here on the continent, if we want to quote someone, we find ourselves going to America to look for African Americans. It is extremely important that we have them, but it also leaves us to think that we don't have anything on the continent. And I think we have a whole lot. There is one narrative that I wish for us to revise in our heads, in our minds. We quite often say, because we don't know something, we think that it doesn't exist. Like me writing the books that I'm writing and doing the work that I do, people, I have the feeling that I am saving Africa. No. Africa has 55 countries. I don't even know my own country. I don't even know 1% of my community. Yet, I dare to make a statement on 55 countries to say this is not there just because of my ignorance. I think before we say Africa is not this or that, we have to do our research. And we have to first start by saying, I don't know about this and that, and I go do research. I say this because there is so much out there. We just need to put it out. Take the responsibility to put out what it is that you know. We are fortunate to be living in a technologically advanced, a digital technologically advanced area, which means you don't need permission to put your story on social media, on Facebook or on YouTube. You can tell these stories. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when I was born, we didn't have this opportunity. So now that we have it, it doesn't cost you anything. Create a channel, invite people around you, tell the story of your family, tell the story of your community, tell the story of whatever it is. And before you know, you have it out there. And when people go to research, they will have that as a point of reference. And one thing that makes me so passionate about digital storytelling is because it is one of the most authentic form of storytelling. When you write a book, you interpret. You tend to want to put beautiful words. But when you get me on screen to tell my story, you see my face, you see the passion, you hear my voice, and it stays out there. It is most authentic. And I am inviting all of us, instead of saying there is not, let's start creating. Let's say, I am putting this out today. I'm putting this out tomorrow. I am inviting everyone. We all have cellular phones. And sometimes in Africa, I know that sometimes we can go hungry, but we will have data on our phone. So what is it that you're doing with your data? How about you become a content creator instead of a content consumer? How about you put out there what it is that you know that is in your community that other people should know and that they don't yet know? What is the story that you have to tell to make someone aware of a role model that they have in their community, where you are or outside? And when you put that out, let's share the stories so that more people have access to. Again, we have to stop waiting for someone to do something. We have to be the first people to do. And if each one of us is putting out a story, an inspirational African story every day, just imagine if 100 of us are doing every day, we have 100 stories out there. And multiply that by 1 month, 100 times 30, we have 30,000 stories out there. And it may not even cost us anything. So I'm here to encourage you to say, tell the stories that you know. Forget about all the negativity. We have so many powerful stories. Tell those stories. Let someone else do the negativity. We need to liberate ourselves from this notion that Africa is full of negativity, it's full of calamities and all of that. We are much, much greater than that. And in order to put that out, it is us that have to put out that stories and make yourself today a content creator. If there is something that you can take away from this summit, I hope that you become a content creator. And if you don't know how to create content, call upon me. Call upon me and I will give you all the knowledge that I have to help you to become a content creator, because we need to create that content here. Like, we need to create it as much as possible, because if we don't do, we fail the next generation. The next generation will blame us, and we can't afford to let that happen. So I'm done.
Beatrice, that was amazing. Become a content creator, not a consumer. That is so important. So Africa, as she said, we're older than Europe, you know, and I'm just, you know, we haven't got before we introduce the next speaker, but she made it as a woman, a Black woman in Europe, Austria, it was a country that is very, very difficult, you know, and she made it. She was able to write books. So this is so inspiring to me. I am just so inspired by what you've said and the impact that you're making. Please, Beatrice, can you please put your details, your Facebook page, any details that we can make contact with you in the chat, so that anybody who wants to, you know, find out how to write any digital books, tell any digital stories, they can contact you. They have children that have passion for writing books, they can contact you, ladies. If you can just put that in the chat and we can make contact with you. And also Sebastian can put that in the Facebook chat as well. That is awesome. I am so, so inspired. Thank you so much. I'm just going to check to see if there's any more questions. I think there was one other question in the chat, but I think it's been answered. But I'll just ask the person if they would still like to answer the call. It's Caballo. If you're on the platform, can you unmute and answer your question, please? Caballo.
Greetings to you all. I don't have any questions.
Oh, you don't have any question? Okay, you wrote something. No problem. Thank you so much. Okay, in closing, thank you. We'd like to appreciate you so much, Beatrice, for your time, for gracing us with your presentation. We are so, so honored to have you. And thank you so much. I think her details are in the chat, or yeah. Beatrice, if you could please put your details in the chat, would be so grateful. So anybody can contact your organization, Globe.
Yes, I'm doing right that. I'm trying to put it up. And to end, I would just want to say thank you again. And I want to leave you with a quote from Maya Angelou and another one from Nelson Mandela. Maya Angelou said, "When you learn, teach." It is one of my favorite quotes from her. When you learn, teach. So whatever you learned today, whatever you've learned, when you keep it to yourself, you're doing yourself and the universe a disservice. You're doing Africa and the world a disservice. Please teach whatever you learn. And Mandela said, there is no passion to be found settling for a life that you know is worth what you are capable of. So if you're settling for the negativity about Africa, I want to tell you there is so much out there. Do something. And when you put out something, something comes back. You know, as it is on social media, when sometimes you want to talk to someone, what you do is just go put a posting and you get the likes and whatever it is. So if you want to get something, put out something. Don't wait for something to come to you. Put out something and you see that something will come in return. So in this sense, again, if anyone is interested in what I do, you want to collaborate, I understand that the essence of this conference is to create collaborations. If you're interested in any kind of collaboration, I am right here and I will be willing to sit down with you and brainstorm on how we can create mutually beneficial collaborations. I am Beatrice again. I'm honored to have been here. Thank you so very much for the invite. And I wish you all the best for the summit. And remember to tune in to listen to the Global to Young Authors in the youth session so you can have a sense of what it is that I'm saying right here. Thank you very much for having me. Oh, I'm trying to post my details and it says it's not accepting. So I don't know what is happening. I will try again. So if anyone can help me, yeah, that will be fine. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next guest speaker, I just want to go to Sebastian. Sebastian, are there any questions for Beatrice? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, without wasting any more time, we have the next guest speaker already. He's already asked a question. He was with us yesterday as well. He graced us all the way from the United States of America. I just want to read a little bit about his bio. I mean, there's so much. I mean, this is education, so this is everybody know that's my passion. Okay, so we have our next guest speaker is William Jackson. He graduated from South Carolina State University, earning a bachelor's in education, furthering his education, earning a master's of arts in teaching from Webster University in 2004, with a focus on educational technology, social media, and STEM. William's career involves past teaching with NASA as an internet and technology instructor in collaboration with Edward Waters College. Technology consultant, and with the Florida Department of Education, where he taught education access to the internet to teachers in Northeast Florida, and presented a major conferences in Florida and Georgia. William has been involved in the field of education over 30 years in elementary and middle and higher education teaching, physical and health education, STEM, and elements of STREAM, where reading was incorporated. William is not only an educator, he's also a social media digital innovator, respected blogger, a microblogger with Twitter. William volunteers as a community liaison with TED and FSCJ, that's Florida State College. I'll let you expand on that a bit more. So that's a little bit about you. We are honored to have you, William Jackson. We're honored to have you. Please, the platform is yours. You have 20 minutes to present your presentation, and then also we have 20 minutes to answer any questions. So please get your questions ready, your notebooks, your notepads ready. I will yield my mic and invite Mr. Jackson onto the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Am I able to present my screen? Because I have a PowerPoint that I wanted to show. Is that, Helen, is that possible?
Yes, that's possible, yes. Yeah,
okay,
I'll
all
give
right.
that.
So thank you for that introduction. I'm really honored to be here. Also here with me is my wife. She'll be here in a minute. We are educators here in Jacksonville, Florida. And as Helen was reading the bio, I am a teacher of over 30 years. I'm a past health and physical education teacher. I'm also a STEM teacher. So globally, if you're not aware what STEM is, it's science, technology, engineering, math. So there's different components and different parts to it. That's the initial first part. The STEAM element brings science, technology, engineering, and arts, and mathematics, or in some cases, mechanics. So when you hear these terms, young people, it's important that you understand not just the words, but how they apply to you. The last one that goes along with that is STREAM. So it's science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, and mathematics, because all those components are components educationally and professionally that you're going to need in the future for the jobs that will be available. A lot of the service-oriented jobs that are out there now, they will gradually go away with the integration of technology and robotics and industry level applications that allow people more or less to be thought leaders as opposed to working with their hands. So your mind is very important, and you have to adjust your mind to the thinking that's available to work with technology, to be an engineer, to be a scientist, to be an educator, to be a mathematician. And as a teacher, I encourage young people like yourselves as much as possible to be a global learner. Now, when you're a global learner, you have the best access to the technology that is enhancing mankind in the history of the world. You have access to the internet. So whether you're using your phone, whether you're using a tablet, whether you're using your laptop or your computer, use the internet to your advantage and learn as much as possible. You can develop yourself as a web developer, as a scientist, as an engineer, as a pilot. Do not limit yourself to what you want to be in life. To go along with that, if you dream of being a scientist, or you dream of being an astronaut, or you dream of being an artist, or you dream of being a business person, or you dream of being an entrepreneur, never let anybody tell you that you can't be that. I tell my students all the time about whatever their dreams are, to go forth and challenge themselves and get as much education and learning to be that person. Now, when I say education, that doesn't necessarily mean school all the time. There are a lot of areas in education that you can learn from. Partner with those that are in the careers that you want to be. If you want to be a doctor, find doctors that will allow you to
I'm sorry, I think we have some technical difficulties.
Yes,
here.
yeah,
I'm back.
sorry, he's back. Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. Also, if you want to be an artist, find artists in your community that will mentor you to be the best artist you can be. Now, a lot of times people do not see the value of the arts. And when I say the value of the arts, if you look at buildings today, engineers and artists design those. If you look at bridges, engineers and artists design those. The structure of civil engineering in your area has some components of arts. So a lot of young people yourselves are watching anime, you're watching the movies, the Marvel movies, you're watching Disney movies. Artists are very important in creating those stories, and they're all stories. While you're watching them, my wife and I, when we're doing workshops with young people like yourselves, we encourage, when you watch those movies, watch them all the way to the end, and even watch the credits as they're scrolling up. The reason that you watch the credits is you get an idea of the jobs and positions that you see when those credits are scrolling. So not only do you have people that are artistic, just basic drawers, but you have animators, you have digital artists, you have voiceovers, you have people that are your age that are doing those jobs because you have that youthful exuberance, you have that youthful energy to be involved in those careers. Never allow yourself to be pinned down by just one career. Statistically, young people like yourself throughout your life will probably have 3 or 4 different careers. So that means you may have to rebrand yourself. So your story is told digitally using technology, but you also have to be sure that it was mentioned before that you use the technology to brand yourself. Right now, if you're a student in school, your brand is your name. Be very careful about your name and how you apply and how you use your name. When you're out and about in the community and you're taking pictures, yes, it's important that you take pictures of where you are and what you're doing, but you also need to be sure that who you take a picture with is just as important. A picture is worth 1,000 words. You can have a seat. My wife is sitting down next to me. A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a picture can help you or a picture can also hinder you. And excuse me, I'm gonna change my position. There we go. This is my wife, Aida. And as we teach, we make sure we teach young people the basics and understanding the value of digital technology, the value of using technology to build up your brand and using technology also to market your abilities in the community. As you're using technology, make sure you create a portfolio of what you're good at. If you're good in the arts, make a portfolio of the art designs that you did. Make a portfolio of the design concepts that you have in your mind. If you love drawing buildings, if you love drawing nature, make sure you have a digital portfolio when you apply to careers and apply jobs someplace, that when they ask, do you have a portfolio? Do you have a file of what you're doing? You have that information. As Beatrice was talking about writing, being an author, my wife is a published author. Make sure that you write your ideas down to create the type of book or type of novel that you would like to write one day. And it's not just a one-day process. This process may take weeks, months, or maybe even years, but always write your ideas down. We encourage young people that have so much knowledge in your brain, you hear things and you pick it up so fast. If you miss the opportunity to write it down, sometimes you don't remember what you thought about. So we encourage young people to carry a folder, carry a book, carry something around with you to write your ideas so that you can share your ideas later. Do not be scared to take opportunities like this to talk and speak and share your information. These are wonderful networking opportunities. This audience right now, there are doctors here, there are lawyers here, there are engineers here, there are artists here, there are future politicians here, there are college professors here. So when you look at the different names, each one of you has a unique future and you have a unique voice in the world. And that way that you network with each other. So you're not supposed to know everything, but you use your knowledge. If you're interested in building a company, you use your knowledge to help create a balance for that company. But if you're not knowledgeable in accounting, somebody here is knowledgeable in math. You know, talk to them about being an accountant. Somebody here in this audience is interested in being a lawyer. Talk to them about working with you to be their attorney. Somebody here is an engineer. Somebody here is an artist. Somebody here has different skills than you do. Use these opportunities to network. We're talking about building Africa and taking it further into the future to meet its future potential, but Africa cannot meet its future potential without its young people. And I'm done rambling. I'll allow my wife to contribute as well. She's an artist, she's an author. She's also a university professor as I am, and she has some valuable information that she would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Han. My name is Aida, and I just wanted to
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. I just wanted to piggyback on what William was saying, collaborating with one another. I think that nowadays with the advent of social media, even here in the States, we have a lot of young people who are using social media to get themselves out there, but they're losing the ability to create those relationships, especially outside of the internet. And I know that relationship is one of the most important things, not just in your family, but it's also the most important thing when it comes to growing your life, when it comes to growing your business. As William was saying, just learning to network, seeing people as an opportunity to how can we collaborate with one another rather than competing with one another. Finding ways to collaborate, finding ways that what you have to offer, I can use, and what I have to offer, I can offer to you, and we can use that together. When you look at people who are highly successful, they will share with you their entire team, not just themselves, but also the team of people that they're working with. So even if you start with one person, start with them and then continue to grow from there.
As we're speaking with young people, we're also encourage them to make sure that they have a plan for the future, a 5-year, a 10-year, and a 15-year plan, and write it down. The written word is so powerful. And you would not believe how your thoughts and ideas change as the years go on. So make sure, as we mentioned, have a book, carry a book around with you, and write down your plans, write down your ideas, and write down your dreams. One of the interesting things that we learned from different adults in different areas is, if you ever heard of Prince the artist, one of the cool things about Prince was that he always kept a notebook on his nightstand. He always kept notebooks throughout his house, because he made the comment that you never know when inspiration is going to hit you. And don't think that you're going to remember that all throughout the day, because other things are coming at you. You're thinking about whether work, school, family issues. So have that notebook with you and write that information down, because you never know when an opportunity is going to pop up that you're going to need that information, or that something's going to inspire you, or that there's going to be a person that tells you that they have a particular skill that you need, and you have those ideas in your mind and you're creative. Now, the other wonderful thing is, use the resources that you have around you. If there's a public library, use the resources at the library. Be friends with the librarians, and they will give you vast amounts of information to help you. If there isn't a library around you and you have a phone, you are connected to the most powerful tool in the history of mankind, the internet. Make sure you bookmark your resources that are going to build you and help you to grow. Make sure you bookmark those YouTube videos that teach you how to be a blogger, that teach you how to be a podder or a podcaster, that teach you how to be a YouTuber, that teach you how to use TikTok in a beneficial, productive way. Because there's a lot of content out there, but a lot of it may not be beneficial for what you're doing, and it may be a distraction. I want to let Aida share again some ideas that she has.
So I just wanted to also speak to the rural areas, because my family is from Puerto Rico. So many of my family members live up in the mountains. They don't have a lot of access to some of the internet and all the things that William is mentioning. But what I will say is that our elders are one of the most important resources that we have. There are plenty of people who already have success ahead of you. And it's great to sit down and ask questions. When I meet someone who is successful in any area, it doesn't mean success does not mean they're a millionaire or have multiple businesses. Just success meaning that they're in good health. They're living a life that they enjoy. They're doing work that they love. Ask questions. What did you do? What was exciting? How did you start? What made you start doing that? Our elders are so full of so much information. It's important that we capture that now and learn from them, because what they also had was bravery. They weren't afraid to move forward. My grandmother actually built her own house from a homesteading program in Puerto Rico, where they gave her the materials, but she had to build the house. Learning that kind of resilience, that bravery to go out on her own and go up into the mountains and build a home. They also had resilience and perseverance. They know how to get over the hard times and persevere beyond that. And it's important that we learn from them. So that's something else that I would like to add to that.
Okay. So I know we shared a lot of information. The good thing is recorded. I just want to touch on one thing as well. We are members of the Church of Christ, and it's important to have a certain level of faith in your life. So when you do come to hard times and you do come to challenges, as Aida mentioned, that you have something that builds your faith continuously, and believe that you can be successful, that you can achieve the greatness that you desire. But having faith is also very important. You have multiple skills, talents, abilities that you may not realize right now, but as you get older and as you grow, your faith helps to provide a foundation where you're not distracted from things that take you away from your success, that take you away from you building what you want to do in life, and that distract you from your dreams. So we really appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. If there's any questions, please let us know. I put the information for email and social media in the chat. So if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. Thank you, William Jackson. Thank you to your wife as well. Honored to have you on the platform. Thank you so much. And please, the platform is open for discussion. Any questions? Please, the platform is open. Please unmute your mics, and then please pose any questions that you may have.
So while we're waiting for a question, we are also part of the WordPress and WordCamp community. And WordPress, if you're not aware, manages 40% of the websites globally. So when you're looking at a website and you're wondering, well, where did this come from and who's managing it? Sometimes if you look at the bottom of the page, it says by WordPress. And WordPress is a global organization. And right now they're having WordCamps that are virtual, that are free. So you can attend a technology conference called WordCamp and participate and learn from experts in any field that's available. Because of the pandemic, the majority of the WordCamps are free. So all you have to do is Google WordCamp Central and find out through the globe where WordCamps are. And there actually are many that are in Africa. In 2019, 2018, Aida and I, we sponsored teachers and students to attend WordCamps. This was before COVID hit. And hopefully when it's gone and they start back in-person WordCamps, we can sponsor some more students and teachers in the future. But if you're interested in those areas of technology, web development, artistic design, graphic design, SEO, cybersecurity, Google WordCamp Central and see. Oh, somebody has their hand up.
Zachariah, please, if you'd like to unmute and put forward your question. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning from Morocco. I just want to say thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, for the insightful and information that you given to us. I just have a question about, you said earlier about if you want to be an artist, if you want to be an entrepreneur, learn from these people, get close to them. I have a question about how do we get close to them? Shall we just knock on doors and be like, hey, I want to learn from you, if that's okay, and I'll be working for you for free, if that's what you meant.
One of the areas is actually you can knock on their digital doors, send them a message through Twitter, send them a message through their digital platforms, and say, hey, you have aspirations or you want to be an artist as well. Would you mind communicating with them? And I'm gonna be quiet and say, because Aida is an artist, but it doesn't hurt to reach out and even say, you know, you would work for them for free, you would be an intern for them to gain knowledge and understanding of the path and the career that they chose. And that can keep you from hitting some of the mistakes that they may have experienced. But Aida is the artist.
No, I think he made a great point, Zachariah, and that's a great question. Honestly, most people are really excited to talk about themselves. Right. So if you meet an artist or an author, or if there's something that you aspire to be and you happen to meet them, whether it be online or in person, ask them. They'll be more than happy to talk to you. And if they're not, someone else will be. Never be discouraged by a no. One no leads closer to a yes. So if someone doesn't want to talk to you, that's not the person you should be talking to anyway. Go on to the next person. And, you know, it may sound silly to offer your services for free, but the reason I wear flowers in my hair is because during the day I am a floral designer. That's another form of artistry that I do. And my very first job, I did not know how to be a florist. I just knew I wanted to be one. And I offered my services for free. And guess what? They took me up on the offer, but they paid me in the long run. So, and I've been doing that for 30 years. It's been a vocation that has served me very well. But don't be afraid to say, I just want to learn. Can I work for you for a little bit of time? And in time, you're going to gain that knowledge and you can use that knowledge to later on get paid. So this is like that.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And if you don't mind, you can send us an email. The emails, there is a young lady that is in Morocco that is, she's an ambassador for Morocco that Aida and I connected with online. So if you want some references or resources, send us an email or DM us in Twitter and we'll make the connection and help you out.
Yes, I would be glad to. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Zachariah, for your question. Thank you. Do we have any other questions that we have the privilege of having Mr. and Mrs. Jackson? So please take the opportunity while you have them both on the platform. If anybody would like to ask a question, please unmute your mic and the platform is open.
So I just want to make a quick comment when William was mentioning about the notebook. I keep a 50-cent composition notebook in one of my bags with my laptop, and then a small little notepad in my purse, and always carry a pen. I hate being bored. So if you're sitting down and there's nothing, you're waiting on a line, I take out my little notepad. People see me writing all the time. People come up to me and ask questions, and you'd be surprised how often that'll create a connection, a networking opportunity. When I tell them I'm an artist and I'm a teacher and I'm a professor, they're like, oh, I do this, and then they want to connect with you. So, you'd be surprised with those little notebooks, and a regular book. A great book with a great cover will also start a wonderful conversation.
That is amazing. We have Kapalo on the platform. He'd like to share his contribution. Kapalo, please, if you could unmute. I'm going to yield my mic. Please take the platform.
Greetings to you all. My name is Kabelo Malufani. I am a poet, an author, and a GBV activist. Today, I would like to raise some concerns about the youth impact in the world and future development. Technology is the major core that 90% of teenage familiarize themselves with. I would like to take Alinasi Nirenda as an example. She is a young Zambian lady passionate about technology, community development, and female empowerment in tech. She has a diverse skill set, allowing her to work in multiple areas of her field, especially fond of web technologies, graphic designs, Python, and project management.
Cabela, I heard you say, I believe you said Python. That's a programming language, and we lost it. Well, when you talk,
I think we've lost him, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, that's one of the areas that young people are constantly told to learn programming languages. Before you just jump into a class dealing with programming, you have to know how you're going to apply that programming knowledge. There's Python, there's so many that are out there. I'm not a programmer, but programming knowledge is good, but you have to understand how you're going to apply it and where you're going to use it. One of the areas Aida and I were into is the space program here in the United States. So many countries are sending astronauts into the International Space Station. And there are many youth, even in the United States and globally, that don't understand that there is an International Space Station floating around the planet Earth. It's traveling at 17,000 miles per hour, and they're doing all kinds of experiments and all kinds of work. And that is the future. The commercialization of space is growing very fast. So if you have young people that are interested in being astronauts or engineers or scientists in those areas, that they should model their course of study in school to be an astronaut. Now, saying that may be overwhelming, but if you have that dream to do that, do the work that's necessary, studying in school, connecting with people online, visiting websites like NASA or SpaceX, and finding how you can make those connections, even from Africa, with scientists and those that are in that industry. Never say that you can never do anything or that you can never accomplish anything, because you want to always put positive affirmations in your mind and in your spirit, and make sure you network with people that also share the same passion and are positive. If there's someone that's negative, that's bringing you down, maybe they don't need to be in your circle with you. So even during tough times, you have to be an optimist, not a pessimist, because things will get better.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't say that I can't do that. ask yourself, how can I do that? If you look at very famous people who have reached especially in areas where you normally don't see too many people growing in that area, oftentimes you'll find out that they got through the back way, right? They started out, the joke here in the United States is they started in the mailroom, meaning they started at the lowest rung and then they worked their way up. So if you can't do it one way, think of another way that you can at least be connected to what you want to do, and then start working your way up toward where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. So if there's any other questions, we'd love
comments.
Or comments.
Any more questions? This is just, we're having such a great time. Cornelia, would you like to add anything to the presentation?
I would like to.
Yeah, it's just something. Yeah, I always have to try to find my mic. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much for this inspiring conversation that you have for our youth. You know, everybody always think that they have to start big. It doesn't matter if you start at the bottom. Do you know what? If I tell you guys where I've started, everybody said, are you crazy? How are you going to do that? But when I boarded the first plane, they said, oh, she was actually serious. She stayed focused. She was disciplined enough to say, this is my goal. I'm not going to let anybody talk me out of what I want. And I did it. And they were looking at me as if like, up till today, I'm off of 100 already. And we're still joking about this day we had in school when the teacher asked us all, you know, what do you want to become? And I said, I want to be a traveler like my dad. My dad travels a lot and I want to be traveling. I want to see many cultures, many people, many countries and all. And everybody thought, huh? You have a single parent, your parents are divorced, and she brings you all up alone. She's a very successful woman, but how is she going to do that? But my mom always said, you know what? I don't stand in my way of my children. They all are individuals. I will push them to the limit where they want to be. And I went. I'm grateful that I had a mom like that, you know. And this crazy idea, my coach always say, when people laugh at you about your idea, then you know you're on the right path, because it's so crazy that they even laugh about it. So push through, stay disciplined, and thank you to Pair William Jackson, who are inspiring our youth, because that is our future dads, our future generation as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And it's interesting that you said that, because both of our mothers inspired us as well when we were young. My mom was a high school teacher and she taught business, but this was way back when she taught shorthand. She didn't use computers, but gradually as they brought computers into the classroom, she would have myself and my brother and sister set them up and work on them. So she was teaching us along the way as well. And Aida has a similar story about her mom, but it's so fascinating that how impactful our mothers are and our parents are in the lives that we have. And Aida loves to share a message about her mom. She's a wonderful lady. Unfortunately, she passed, but I'll let her go ahead and tell about her mom.
Oh yeah, so my mom bought a computer when we were teenagers and brought it into the house, and she didn't know how to even turn it on. And you know, we were teenagers, so we're laughing at her like, "Oh, haha, you bought a computer, you don't know how to turn it on. How silly!" So my mom was like, "Okay, I'm gonna show you guys." And my mom joined a computer club, and she not only learned how to turn on that computer, she learned how to build computers. And until she got ill, she had her own computer company and built computers from scratch. Any kind of computer you'd want, from the regular desktop to servers. My mom had all of that. So even when people would come into her store and they would ask to speak with the tech, they would have to speak with her. So she's the one who inspired me to get involved in technology and not to let other people laughing at me stop me from doing what I want to do.
Wow, that is amazing. Your mom was your inspiration. That is such a great story. Fantastic. I know Godwin wanted to say something before I go to you, Zachariah. I can see your hand up. Godwin, I saw that you wanted to come in just before I introduce Cornelia. Would you like to unmute and then we'll go to Zachariah, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Helen. I just really
Thank you.
wanted to ask a quick question. By the way, Mr. and Mrs. William Jackson, thank you so much for sharing your story. I think it is absolutely inspiring. I really wanted to know, okay, since you began your journey, apart from having like a journal where you make notes, like your wife mentioned, I'm curious to know the idea behind the journal is just to remind yourself of what you were thinking, if I'm correct. And also, I would like to know, in the process of your journey, if there has been any challenge, how did you pick yourself up? What did you do? Because for me, sometimes when I sit in conferences or platforms like these, and I get to learn and inspire myself, when you go out of that space, a lot of thought flows through, and then you begin to ask yourself, okay, what have you picked? You know, you went through that challenge. What did you learn? So I'm curious to know how your journey has been. What were the challenges you went through? And most importantly, how did you overcome that?
Okay, well, I'll start by saying this, and I'm going to date myself. All right, I was born in the 60s, and as I was growing up, I enjoyed different levels of technology. I was a poor reader in elementary school, and my reading ability wasn't where it was supposed to be, but my mom encouraged me to read comic books. And that shaped my reading and that shaped my desire to learn more and more. Carrying that on, that was a major challenge, but I never gave up on myself, and my mother and parents never gave up on me. And that was very inspirational. When I started working in technology, I had to learn some coding, and I would always get the coding wrong, but I still had that passion to want to learn and better myself. As I learned and I grew and I started going to conferences, even in the United States, many times I was the only man of color. I was the only Black man there. And I would get looks and I would get people asking me, what are you doing here? Why are you here? And I would always say, I'm here to learn to make myself a better person, but then also to help the young people that are coming up behind me and my children. So my goal was to learn as much as I could because I enjoyed it and I liked it. And I knew there were careers in the future for me to be in technology, but also to be a role model and a mentor for the young people that were coming into my life to inspire them. And the more I participated, I took chances. I applied to speak at conferences. I had many no's, but as many yeses as I could get. I started encouraging young people to go into areas of technology that they were passionate about. Yes, I was talked down to because I am a man of color. Yes, I was criticized, but I did not let that stop me because I knew in my life there was something greater. Then this is where my faith comes in, that the Lord has something for me to do to help people in some kind of way. So as I grew and became active, I continued to surround myself with diverse people, that we encourage each other, we inspire each other, and that we help each other learn and grow. Even when there were times where financially it wasn't capable to do things. You know, at one time in my younger years, I worked 4 jobs to be able to attend a conference, to be able to travel someplace, to be able to take my children someplace with me to expose them to different areas of technology. And I always took the chance to stop what I was doing and talk to young people and share knowledge with them and let them know that they can be successful. Don't let anybody stop you, no matter what names they call you, no matter what they say negative about you. You are a unique person, and that you have to remember that in this world, we have over 7 billion people, over 7 billion people, but you are a unique individual There's nobody in the world that looks like you, that talks like you, that acts like you. So you are so unique that there's only one of you in the world, and you cannot deny the world your voice and your presence, because each and every one of you will inspire somebody. There's somebody watching you, there's somebody following you, there's somebody looking at your social media that in their minds, they're saying, I want to be like them. So always do the best that you can, even if you're tired, even if you're not feeling well, because your words, deeds, and actions are inspiring others. And that's enough for me. I'll let you go.
So you asked a question about the notebook. Well, for me, the notebook is everything. I have to put everything in there. When I was very young, I was diagnosed with what's called ADHD. So my mind goes all over the place. I have a million thoughts going on at one time. Some thoughts are viable. Some ideas are like, that's a great idea. Let me follow through on that. Some aren't, but I won't know if I don't write it down. So I write everything down. I write notes down. I write ideas down. It's partial journal. It's whatever's going on in my mind. I just put it down. But it gives me an opportunity to go back and look over, what do I still need to do? So if I have tasks I need to do, I'll write those as well. And if I'll scratch them out when I'm done, and then I'll go back through the notebook. And if it's not scratched out, it's probably something I didn't finish. Also ideas. As a writer, I get lots of writing ideas. As an artist, I sketch ideas in the book as well. So it's something that I may later on want to sketch out or look into further. I have so many notebooks, my poor husband. So my husband and I took two different paths in life. So he's been a teacher for 33 years, and I've done a little bit of everything because I get bored really easily. But I'm a person who constantly says yes. So if you tell me I'm looking for someone to do this and I can't find anyone, I'll give it a try. That's something else I can learn and put into my resume, something, and I might like it and pursue it further, or I may not like it and not ever do it ever again. But I like to try new things. I like to explore. Now that could be the challenge, right? Because then it's sometimes hard to stay focused on one thing. So what I tell young people, especially young people that are like me, who have so many ideas, who want to try different things, give it a try. And if you don't like it, you can go on to something else. But find that one thing that drives you, that gives you that passion, that you would do it for free. You wouldn't care if someone would just say, listen, would you do this, but I can't pay you? And you'll go, yes. That's the thing you should pursue with your whole heart. And that's the thing that will open up the doors for other things. So I may have done many different things, but I keep going back to the main thing. So I'm an artist and I'm an encourager. Those are the two things. So that's why I teach and that's why I create.
And to go along with that, and this is a little bit off the subject, but it's important as well. All the young men that are listening and all the young men that have ideas to go into business, make sure that your business ideas include the diversity that's around you. And many businesses that are started by men often fail because they do not include the knowledge, creativity, and wisdom of the ladies in their lives. And the women in your lives, remember, they think differently than you. And they are very creative, they are very intuitive, and they see the world in a different way. So as you grow and as you mature, whatever business idea you have, make sure that there are young ladies that will help you creatively, financially. When I say financially, as accountants, that will help you manage your business. Now, I was going pretty good with what I was doing by myself, but when I met my wife and we worked together, it expanded much more than what I had envisioned because of her artistic talents and abilities. Young ladies, similar with you, if there are young men that are in your life that have skills and talents and abilities that you don't have, make sure you network and you come to a consensus about the type of relationship that you're going to have. If it's a business relationship, keep it business. If it's a relationship based on research and development or education, make sure y'all have those boundaries or those guidelines. And we often talk about this and laugh about it, but sometimes men get blinded by wanting to make money, but women see a vision of contributing to the community, contributing to the family. So you develop a balance and a respect for each other. If you cannot come up with a good idea, I always say, ask the young ladies in your life, young men, and bounce ideas off of them and network and work with them. Even in the United States, I encourage the young men, because young men want to go into sports, they want to do those things, but you have to think about, what are you going to do after sports? What are you going to do after entertainment, or it doesn't work out? So think about that and surround yourself with creative people. And I know it sounds funny coming from a guy, but I've learned in my life, I can't do everything on my own, and I need young ladies or women. And I'm blessed to have Aida in my life as my wife and my friend, my partner, my best friend, to correct me also when I do something wrong. And when someone corrects you, be humble and say thank you and make those corrections.
He's so sweet. He's, you know what, just like, remember I told you I'm all over the place. This is my anchor. This is my balance. So even if you have a friend that's like that, just find someone that compliments you. If I'm, since even throughout the years, you mentioned the challenges, God, when that, you know, what kind of challenges, those were my challenges. I'm all over the place. I have a million ideas. I had friends around me be like, Aida, focus. Okay. Yes, that's right. I was supposed to be doing this. So, and they would help me to stay focused. So yeah, absolutely. This is my anchor. I'm the butterfly. I'm all over the place.
That's amazing. Let's go to our next question. That was so influential. You can never ever forfeit the power of a woman.
Right.
That was amazing. Zachariah, would you like to unmute your mic and please answer your question?
Yeah, I have a second question about trying new things. I want to know your valuable insight about trying new things and finding out what your passion is, because we often say that we don't know what our passion is. Shall we try new things constantly and say yes, like Mrs. Jackson has mentioned earlier?
Yeah, as human beings, we are always curious about new things, but be careful what new things you get involved with. Make sure that they don't take you away from your goals and aspirations in life. And even if you don't know what your goals are yet, always participate in positive things that build knowledge, that build your skills, and that build your abilities. Because the interesting thing about life is we are talking right now, and it's on Facebook, and we're at this conference, and I'm sure there are going to be others. So as you continue your growth, you may run into other people that are here maybe a month or 2 months or a year later, and recognize someone's name or recognize someone's voice and make those connections that, hey, maybe I need to reach out to that person and maybe we can work together, maybe we can collaborate. So, you know, whether it's in the arts and music, in design and technology, you know, always try something new and learn, even if it's hard. You know, take the time to set time aside to learn new things. And Aida and I, we challenge each other every once in a while. What did you learn today? Or what new idea do you have? Or who did you meet? Or, you know, those type of things. And, you know, being in my 50s, I'm still a big kid. And, you know, we go to comic book stores, you know, we do things, we go to libraries and hang out. And you gotta remember, geeks and nerds and mathematicians run the world. So if somebody calls you a geek or nerd, be happy, that's a compliment. So
as far as for me, Zachariah, I just like to read. I'm an avid reader. I do a lot of reading. So that's kind of what sparks my interest sometimes. I love going to cultural events, so things that may be happening in your neighborhood. I was always, when I was a little girl, I used to look into store windows and look at what they were doing inside and go inside and talk with the store owners. I was always interested in business. So that was something that really drove me. Just don't be afraid. If you want to learn how to paint, you know, if you can get to some place where, you know, and I tell people, don't spend a lot of money until you know you love something, right? So just give it a try. You can find things online. You're online now. You can easily go onto YouTube or something along those lines and research what you might be interested in, watch videos, look how they're doing it. That'll give you kind of some inspiration. When I was younger, I went from, I'll try a job for a while. I worked hard. I did my best because I knew that if I did my best and I worked my hardest, if I didn't like it, it wasn't because I didn't try. So that's how I started. Like I said, we took 2 different career paths. I'm all over the place. He stayed in one job and that was his passion and that's what he stayed with. But along the lines, I did, like I said, I've been a floral designer for more than 30 years because I just kept going back to that. That's something I love to do. I love that creative outlet. I love what I'm doing. So that's pretty much it. Just don't be afraid to try something if an opportunity avails itself. The other thing I will tell you is that there is power in stillness, just sitting still and listening to yourself, asking, what we mentioned earlier, faith plays a big part in our lives. But even if you're not faith-based, you could just meditate and just ask yourself, what do I want to do? What do I really love? What drives me? Like when I get up in the morning and I get excited, what gets me excited? And it's not the same for everyone. I tell young people all the time, don't think that you have to be the superstar. You may not want to be the superstar. You may not want to be the one that's out there doing stuff. You may just want to live a very simple life, and that's okay too. Whatever it is, just do it and do it with full passion and do it with lots of love. And that will open up so many doors for you, even if the doors that open are just the peace of mind.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's excellent. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Anybody have any any question? What we're going to do, Prince is on the line. Prince, would you like to put forward any question to Mr. and Mrs. Jackson before anybody? Would you like to put a question?
Thank you very much, Helen. And hi to William. It's good to see you
Hey,
here.
Prince. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. And hi. And it's so good to see the both of you here. I've been hearing a lot about you and reading much about you. And of course, you've been communicating as well. And been looking forward to see the both of you. So good. Thank you very much for bringing her on, and thank you for joining him as well. I mean, it's been such a great one hearing the both of you talk, and I'm sure a lot more young people here are inspired as well. But let me jump into the question.
Okay.
I was in a breakout room during the session, right? But then on the other end, I was just trying to get some feedback and hear what's going on. I just want to throw this question. We're talking about leadership and having the right structure and and also accountability as well, and how we can raise dynamic leaders for the future through the right mentorship. Now, and thank you for for some of the guidance you've actually given. Those are actually brilliant steps to mentorship as well. But looking at the leaders that we have all over the world, talking about United States of America, just recently we had the issue of Donald Trump and what have you, and so coming up and so on. Now, and then we also have a lot of them here in Africa and so on. How do you think we can hold, we're talking about accountability, how do you think we can hold leaders accountable across the world? It's not just in Africa now, right? But then One African Forum, we have many Africans who are here. So actually they want to learn and see how they can work it in the context of their very country. But how can we hold leaders accountable, in leadership? And that's one. And how do we then ensure that we don't repeat the mistakes that we have made in having those leaders, and ensure that a proper set of leaders now will be leading the next generation? Am I clear with my question? What are the practical steps? Thank you.
I think you start from the beginning as much as possible. Those that are in leadership were put there by the people, or that is the foundation of the lives that we live. When you put someone in position of leadership, of power, or of influence, somebody has to put them there, and more or less, it's the people that are surrounding them. You hold them accountable by making sure that the people that are around them are also held accountable, because you remember our leaders, whether it's a president, a prime minister, whatever name you want to apply or title, they have people around them that influence them and that talk to them. So when you connect with those people that are with them, you make sure that they understand that their job is for the benefit of the people, not just for themselves. And the people have the power through their vote, depending on your type of, what's the word I want to say, government, how your government is run or how your community is run. But the people have to make sure that that person that is in power is there to help solve problems for the whole community. And even if you start with knowing a young person is interested in politics, you teach them, you mentor them, you guide them to one day be the leader that you want them to be in the community. And then that way they have that connection with the community and that connection with the people. Because if you have someone that wants to be a leader, but they're not involved with the people, they're not involved with the community, they're not involved with the social issues, then that may not be the person that you want. But when you have someone that's involved with the community, that talks to the people, that is concerned and caring for the people and their issues, then those are the type of individuals or groups of people that you want in leadership. Unfortunately, even in the United States, we have people that go into leadership that say things that they think the people want to hear, but they don't carry out the actions that they say. So you have to be careful who you align yourself with, and you have to be careful who you put out to be your leader. Make sure their actions are louder than their words. When Aida and we go out in the community, we do a lot of work in our community. So when we talk about the value of education, the use of technology, understanding people of diverse backgrounds, we try to surround ourselves with the people that we actually want to help and talk to and guide and mentor. So you have to make sure that those people that want to be your leader, you understand why they want to be in positions of leadership. You understand what they bring to the table to be that leader and who they're bringing with them. If you have a leader that's bringing people with them that you have that you don't know anything about, then that's going to create a problem because they may have other agendas. I used to follow Chinua Achebe, and he was a great author. I believe his title was the grandfather of African literature. In many of his writings, he would say that when you put a leader in place, make sure that that leader is bringing you along with them into the future, that that leader inspires you to want to learn and to be a better person, not just for your community or not just for your village, but for all of Africa. So when you're looking at leaders that are giving inspirational speeches, they're inspiring the people, they're uplifting the people, they're saying big words, but do their actions also represent what they're talking about? And in today's age, unfortunately, there are some leaders that talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. And that creates the challenge.
So I just want to piggyback on what he's saying. Also, it is the people, and never underestimate what numbers can do. You know, we've seen the protests that have gone on throughout the world. And the reason change is being made is because the number of people who are saying, I don't care about what may happen, we're going to get together and we're going to do this. I think one of the biggest challenges for us as a people, and I mean all the way around the world, is complacency. We get comfortable in a place, and it may not be a good place, but we get comfortable there and we won't get up and we won't speak and we won't do even this. We'll come to these conferences and we'll do this, but then we won't do anything in the community. We won't get involved with the community. We won't get other people to come and get involved. I think even Cornelia said, it was Cornelia that was speaking earlier. I was listening, I wasn't watching who was speaking. Don't wait for the leaders. We are the leaders. We're the ones who are going to have to make that change and show people this is what we want to do, bring as many people on board as possible. Oftentimes, even for us, when we're working in the community, people go, why are you doing that? No one's paying you. Why are you even bothering? Why? Because it's important. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. We'll go on to someone else who does, because it's not about the money. In the long run, it's all of you. All the youth are important. And this is eventually, we're in our 50s. Eventually, I won't be doing this anymore. Someone else is going to have to take that gauntlet and move forward. But we got to get them started now. We got to get them. And the only way we can get people inspired is we must be inspired ourselves. We must get excited. We must be interested. We must be happy. And like, yes, I love doing this. I want to do this. And then that gets people going, well, all right, well, let me see what you're doing. And as soon as people start getting involved, then they get excited. And that's how you move it forward.
So we hope those words answered your question and continue to inspire others. And Prince, it was great to meet you. And even though we haven't seen each other, thank you for inviting us to this forum. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you're doing on Clubhouse and the rooms that you're in, inspiring others and putting good words and information out about Africa.
Thank you so much, Williams, and thank you to the two of you. I mean, thank you, and we really appreciate you for taking our time to be with us here and also accepting our invitation as well. It's really great. Well, as earlier discussed, I look forward to us having more engagement and working on more projects and more opportunities as well. I mean, for Africa, you've come to share your knowledge here, and I'm very sure that a lot of young Africans are actually looking forward, to being in that room where more knowledge is actually being shared. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate both of you, and please keep doing the work that you're doing. I'm a big fan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And hey, if you ever want to have a STEAM workshop with everybody here, we'll be happy to provide a writing workshop or a blogging workshop. Just let us know.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Also, guys, you hear that, right? That's one of the benefits you get out of this conference now, right? Yeah,
we can't
hear
wait.
that. So yeah, thank you very much, Williams, and thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Over to you, Helen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Make it happen. Make it happen. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for your time. Please, is there anybody else who'd like to ask any question, make any contribution before we hand over to the next guest speaker? Because these people are very busy people. I mean, I remember William now from Clubhouse. I think we've been in a few rooms together, and he is, he's a very busy person. So please, and we have his wife as well. We've got double bonus. So please use this opportunity to advantage.
Helen, let me share this with you, Helen. My wife got me involved in Clubhouse.
Really?
Yes. She was like, here's a platform you would really like to enjoy and be involved in. And I was like, well, I'm kind of doing a lot of stuff already. And she was like, well, just try it out. And sure enough, that's why it's great to have a person in your life that inspires you and pushes you. And it's like, okay, let's do this.
Amazing. Okay, let me just see. I think we've just got one. We've got something in the chat. Okay, just to say thank you so much. Okay, we have William Jackson's details in the chat. So if you'd like to go into the chats, you can see his email address. He's posted it already in there. I just want to thank you again for taking out your time to be with us again and honoring our invitation. I am so inspired. I've been blessed by your presentation, and we'll definitely be contacting, collaborating together. Okay, so without wasting any more time, I'm going to hand back to Prince, who will introduce the next guest speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Helen, and thank you to everyone who's been here. It's been such an interesting session, and I really want to appreciate you for what you're doing wherever you are. Thank you. We just move right into the next conversation. But just before we do that, let me quickly put it out there that we will be leaving just after the next speaker. we'll be opening the floor up for discussion, but more than just discussion, we want as many business opportunities that are there, that want, as many who want to pitch their business ideas, as many who want to tell us what's going on in their own businesses and would like, whatever kind of support they would need, as many who really want to put their voice out there. We'll be opening the room to anyone to, raise your hand and have this conversation and just let us know what you're doing or what business idea you have, and how you would like people. I mean, when I say business ideas, don't sell your ideas, keep it, but just let us know what you intend to do and how you would like people to come on board. Just so you never know who is listening. So yeah, we'll be giving that opportunity right now. Our next speaker is someone I got introduced to, and when I went to do a little background check on her, I was intrigued. I just could not bring her on the show. And and I'll tell you, it's really interesting because, I mean, she's such a humble person. I didn't have a direct contact communication with her, until she already saw her face on the poster. I was communicating with her through a third party, but after I did the research on her and I had to go back to the person that referred me, like, okay, just help me find out if I can get her on. Like, yeah, she is. Okay, fine. I'm putting her on there, and then that was it. And when she eventually also reached out to me, like, hey, this is it. And I'm like, thank you so much for coming, and I really want to appreciate you for your understanding. Our communication has been here and there. It's been such a hectic period planning this and putting all this together, but you've been so understanding. I really appreciate you. Her name is Lucia. We're having, I'm just going to read a brief bio of Lucia. Lucia Fernandez Stanilas. She's a social entrepreneur, author, and mentor with over 20 years of experience that she acquired in Atlanta, New York, and Luanda. Guided by her principle of innovation, impact, and unity, Lucia builds strategies, systems, and alliances. All this that she builds, she uses it to foster personal and organizational development as a social change and as well as social change. Her work and social reputation led her to become a board member of an oil and gas company, the ambassador of WED, Women Entrepreneurship Day for Angola, and the president of Angola, the president of Angola Indian Business Council at WICCI. Lucia was recognized as part of the golden generation of Angola in 2017. Also, her contribution to entrepreneurship ecosystem in Angola in the category of mentors and providers of specialized services has been mentioned in a publication promoted by the Embassy of the United States of America in Angola. In addition, the work she leads that aims at celebrating and supporting women entrepreneurs was referenced by the First Lady of Angola. Come on, you should be clapping for her. We need applause, guys. Lucia is the founder of Ujima Space, a group of small businesses, Kusekwela Institute, Umkwika, an online community for entrepreneurs and social and resources center for socio-economic development. Many tribes, one blood, a project of art and culture promotion. And she also the promoter of Dibaka. Wow, there's a lot. A startup incubator. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, her higher education was in liberal studies with concentration in computer information system, philosophical studies, and organization communication. Acquired at Morris Brown College at Mensa University in Atlanta, GA, United States of America. I could go on and on and on and on, but that's not why we're here. We could read her bio the whole day. So I'm just going to pause it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome our own Lucia Stanilas. You're welcome, Lucia. It's good to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prince, for this beautiful introduction. I never know. Usually we don't know who we are until somebody tells us who we are and what we do. I guess we are because we do certain things, right? I'm so thrilled to be here this morning, this afternoon with you. I'm in Atlanta right now. And I want to thank you, One African Forum, for inviting me to be here. It's such an honor to be here and to be part of this community of change makers. I truly believe that Africa needs people like you that are interested in being part of conversations, that don't stay just in conversations, but move to action. So I was invited to speak on Africa, on social entrepreneurship in Africa and the need for global collaboration. Well, I want to start by saying that Africa is the land of many opportunities because it has many problems. The problems in actuality are opportunities. And that's how social entrepreneurship comes about. I will eventually, in my speech, I will unpack the term of social entrepreneurship or the concept of social entrepreneurship. But before, I would like to share a little bit of my story, a little bit of my journey in the field of social entrepreneurship. I started very young in Rwanda. I was born in Angola. I know there is people from all over the Africa and Africa diaspora. I was born in Angola, and during my teenage years, I co-founded a nonprofit organization. If you are familiar with Angola history, we right after independence, we had our independence in 1975. Right after that, we had to face civil war for about 27 years. So in 1992, we actually got the peace. We started to look more towards a peaceful country. But as a consequence, we had to face a lot of problems as well, including people that were coming from the interior into the capital. And unfortunately, many children were victims of war. They lost their families and they had to go to the capital. They had to run away from their villages into the capital. And me as a child, as a teenager, I think I was 14, 15, I was very moved by that situation. In my backyard, as soon as I walked out of my house, I would see people begging for money and food. But what really struck me was children. I had never seen anything like that before. Was children just walking around streets and sleeping in the streets. And I was really moved. I wanted to do something to solve at least a little bit of that problem. So what I did, I joined a group of teenagers at the time, and I just started working with what I had in front of me. We started feeding them breakfast every morning. Just with the food that I would find in my house. I think my mother let me do that, or I just started doing that. I was just so passionate about. And actually, I believe that my journey as a social entrepreneur started there. Not only because I was creating value, I was creating a vehicle to resolve problems of this particular group of people, in terms of providing food or in terms of donating food. We were also looking for ways to make our cause, our program sustainable. We were younger, we were minors actually, and we couldn't sign papers for actually to establish legally a nonprofit organization. But we had a bigger vision. At one point, we, after asking for so many resources, looking for sponsors, we couldn't find much because the whole country was just going through a transition that many people needed help, and there was a big demand of resources, and very few people were able to provide or to offer resources. I remember that that time the world economic, it had to do with the food. The World Program, I have here my notes. The World Program of Food, or many international organizations were in Angola to provide aid. So at that time, I started to understand the need not only to help people, but also to bring something of value that would help those people that we were helping to become self-sufficient, to become independent. So I felt like I was competing with all of those world programs for food or for aid. And I want to mention here the aid part, because social entrepreneurship actually comes to bring solutions and to produce independent people, self-sufficient people, instead of just aiding them, providing the aid. And then as a result of that, they become totally dependent of that aid. And I'm sure you are familiar with what I'm trying to say here. It's aid on one side of the spectrum and social entrepreneurship on the other side of the spectrum. So I started there. I didn't have that many resources in Rwanda. We didn't have that many resources in Rwanda to actually create something sustainable to continue to help people victims of war. Moving forward, I also joined other causes like HIV/AIDS awareness. We were doing radio programs to create awareness about the problem. And let me just stop here telling you about my story to say that you notice that there is always a problem to be resolved. There is always a problem to be resolved. And social entrepreneurs come to create solutions in order to solve those particular problems. So that's one aspect of social entrepreneurship. So in my 20s, at the end of my teenage years, I went to the US to study abroad, to study in the United States. And I started to understand, I began to get a different understanding of helping people in need, because I was in front of a capitalistic society. The market, the dynamics of the market here was really different, was very different from the dynamics of the market and the economics in my country. So I started to develop the understanding that to help people, I really need money to, because money moves things. They say money talks. And at that time, I started to understand that money really helps to solve a lot of problems. And that's when I started to learn business. I started to learn how to make money in a sustainable way in order for me to help even more people and create impact in the lives of people. So during my 20s, I would say that I was learning a lot, going to school, learning business with mentors in schools, workshops, programs. I was learning a lot because my vision was to help people back home, but in a way that would transform them to be leaders and to be self-sufficient people. So in my 30s, I went back home. I went back home and I decided to give back all of this knowledge, all of this experience that I had acquired both in Atlanta and in New York City. I decided to give back through through my job, through a job and a consulting business. And I really was moved to share my knowledge and experience with young people. So I started still giving knowledge to empower young people. And I started this in 2013. And I was just giving, and it was amazing to see, and very honoring for me to see young people transforming, starting businesses, making money, and doing so many great things in a positive way. So just to remind you guys that I'm I'm sharing about my journey of being a social entrepreneur in Africa, actually. And so when I realized that many more people needed help, then I started to create partnerships to mobilize resources in order to help them, in order to help these businesses, these startups, these entrepreneurs. So I started to join global, as a strategy, actually. I started to join global networks like the one Prince read on my bio, the Women's Entrepreneurship Day, just to give me more leverage in order for me to actually do my work. And my work actually is, the main objective of my work is to create impact. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to create so much impact if I was doing it by myself. So I started creating partnerships. I started to organize events and mobilizing people, putting out the cause of women empowerment in the business world. And I started to get noticed in Angola, all because I was doing global partnerships and I was out there just promoting the cause, helping people transform, helping organizations and businesses to transform. So this is my story. Just a few extracts of my story. It's not totally my story, but I just decided to share this with you. Perhaps it will encourage you to maybe join the movement or the field of social entrepreneurship. I also wanted to say that the journey hasn't been easy in Africa to do things, to do new things, especially when you come with an innovative approach. Doing new things, doing things in a different way, doing things, creating solutions and trying to help people, because it's not easy, because unfortunately the mindset of people are still in that aid era. Unfortunately, people still think that help must come from the West. But when they see, like in terms of the collective, when people see somebody that is native of the continent, the native of Africa, trying to do something different, unfortunately, they create barriers for some reason. So I think that's the mindset. That has been one challenge. And I speak from my experience, and I speak from observation in my country in particular. But I believe that this situation or this predicament can be seen in many other countries of the world. Why do I, of Africa, why do I believe this? Because of the colonization system, which brought a different way of thinking, of dependency thinking, not an independent thinking, way of thinking, but depending on the West for us to develop our own land, our own countries, our own continent. I want to say here that and remind you that the solutions to our problems come from within, Africans, come from within the continent. And this is why social entrepreneurship, the growth of social entrepreneurship in Africa is very important, because it focuses on creating solutions, practical solutions for real problems. So I'm going to talk about the concept of social entrepreneurship. I started to study or to learn about this concept or this business model a few years back, and I came across Mohammed Yunus from Asia. He's actually one of the first people to bring about the term or the concept of social business, which has this business model consists on two bottom lines: on creating value, social value, and as well as monetary value. And Mohammed Yunus, he created a microfinance bank for rural people, low-income people in his country. And I really love the idea, because I started to understand at one point that money or just the aid or helping people, giving them resources or food that they need immediately wouldn't really bring a transformation or a change in a long-term basis. So I like the concept. Then while I was researching, I also came across Ashoka, and many of you have heard, probably have heard about it. And Ashoka also promotes the concept of change making. So the change makers actually create business models, create structures or systems and partnerships. And the main purpose of a change maker is to make changes, considering the social problems that they are tackling. So just to put in the context of Africa, to me, that made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense to move from the aid age into the social entrepreneurship age, which is creation of solution base. So it's the next age after the age. So it made a lot of sense to me in the context of Africa. I also see social entrepreneurship as an interface between the three main sectors of a society, between the public sector, the private sector, and the social sector. So as a social entrepreneur, when he is building a business or an enterprise or a system, he needs to influence policy making. He needs to make partnerships and alliances with organizations in the private sector. And he needs to get insights from the social sector in terms of problems, of relevant problems that need to be solved. So the social entrepreneur is right in the middle of these three main sectors, especially because it brings the component of innovation. Innovation meaning doing new things in that context. And in Africa, we really need to do new things in new ways using technology and all of the resources that are available in order for us to bring change. I know that also that there is many promoters of the field. I've seen a lot of summits. I've seen a lot of conferences, and many people in Africa believe that social entrepreneurship is really the approach to solve problems in Africa. And it makes sense to bring the concept of global collaboration because the problems that we are solving are countless, and the resources that we need are also countless. And so we really need to expand, go outside of our own communities, of our own countries, and go and actually collaborate with people from other places. So it's that idea of acting local and thinking global, I think, to solve problems, okay? So it is very important, and there is a need of global collaboration. But I see this need of global collaboration, not so much in the sense of bringing the West to Africa to help us solve our problems. That global to me means the regional or the Pan-African way of seeing things, to go and actually see and collaborate with people that have their best interests of seeing Africa growing, of seeing Africa developing at heart. When I started doing, when I started helping people, when I started my journey in social entrepreneurship, I was moved to help those people because they looked just like me. So it was easier for me to be moved, to be inspired, and to do something to help my brothers and sisters, because I could be in that situation as well, or that condition. So it is very important that when we look for collaboration or collaborations, we really understand the purpose of that collaboration. We understand that the nuances of that collaborations are in alignment with where we are trying to get. We can look, just to give as a reference, we can look at the development agenda, 2063 development agenda, for us to align our purpose and to really check if the collaborations, the global collaborations, are in alignment with the development agenda of Africa. So this is how I see social entrepreneurship in Africa and the need for global collaboration, global in the sense of regional collaboration to solve problems in Africa. And the problems, I didn't want to mention problems here. I'm talking about unemployment, job creation. I'm talking about food, hunger. I'm talking about health. I'm talking about, I mean, basically we have infrastructure problems. For us to really create solutions for problems in these categories, we need to collaborate. So finally, I don't know how much time I have here, but I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you for us together to start creating a wave of problem solvers. I do think, okay, that any one of you can become a social entrepreneur. Any one of you in Africa can become a social entrepreneur. Why? Because we all can see problems and we all can come up with solutions for the problems that we see. And when we collaborate with other people, the problem or the solution becomes even more feasible to implement. So I want you to take a moment and think about a time when you solved a problem and felt really proud of yourself in the past. Think of a problem that you solved and felt really proud of yourself. You will see that it's very possible to create a solution in 4 minutes. So in the next, after you do that, in the next 4 minutes, decide to solve one problem that you see. Right in your backyard, in your community, in your country. It doesn't have to be big. Just something that really bothers you. When you wake up, you start walking outside of your home, outside of your house, in your community. There's one problem that really bothers you. And since I heard the brother there, the Jacksons, they say that we are the leaders that we are waiting for. We are the change that we are waiting for, something of that sort. We are the ones to solve those problems that we see is right in front of us. And we know that we need to solve those problems. So when you think about that problem, just write it down and just decide that you're going to solve that problem. Because there is a why. You know why you need to solve that problem. The how, we're going to find out later. So after that, you will see that social entrepreneurship is not hard to develop. It starts with the willingness to solve a problem. And if you don't know how, learn how to solve that problem. If you think it's too big, partner with somebody else. And then you'll see by taking steps, little steps, that the problem will start to disappear. Or maybe just you'll have the chance to see the problem mitigating, not just to disappear completely, but just diminishing. So this is my call to action, because I saw somewhere in your Instagram, One Africa Forum Instagram, that our intention is to not just talk about things, but also do things. So I present this as a way to call you to action. And if you think about it, it's not really hard. So that's the approach that we need to take as social entrepreneurs, which is really a mindset. It's just a mindset. So anyone can think as a social entrepreneur to solve problems. And if you solve problems in your community, you create impact in other people's lives and you improve your own life as well. Think about the concept of humanity. And this is where the power of giving and sharing relies, in giving and sharing. And when we do that, we really can see change. I know I'm talking to change makers. I know I'm talking to people that want to see a better future for Africa. So this is it. I'm open to questions. Let's continue to build and let's continue to talk and act.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you so much, Liz. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. That was very, very powerful. I mean, guys, if you have anyone who has actually left the room, I mean, I think you should start calling them back. I mean, there's a lot that we have learned. Thank you so much, Lucia. You gave us an understanding of your background and how you've gotten involved in a lot of social entrepreneurship and whatnot and so on. I'm just going to pick on you on some of the last statements you made on being not just change makers, also being the ones who bring about the solution. And this is a general misconception by many people who quote and unquote are in Africa. And just some of them also who are not in Africa. From conversations when we engage with some of them, they get to just think that Africa is just so poor. Africa needs the world to come help. And that's a mindset that many Africans have as well. It goes, we need you to come and help us. We need you to come and help us. You understand? And you have rightly pointed out that there's so many problems rather in Africa. And that actually gets to say that there's so many opportunities in Africa, and when we look around us, you see the problem. You should want to be the first, to solve that problem. And we may have this conversation in so many ways, but if we look at it, it also builds in leadership as well. I mean, we're going to go there. It also builds in leadership where, our leaders in power, they really don't have a connection with what's happening on the ground. And when the time comes for us to see how we can encourage and bring those who have an understanding of what's happening on the ground to power, the elites or those who think they have the resources, never let it happen, because they do not benefit from what social entrepreneurship brings, neither do they contribute to what social entrepreneurship brings. And if we want to be sincere and honest with ourselves, bringing together these young people, bringing together the huge number of young people that we have in Africa, in various countries across Africa, it also goes in line with having to have a sustainable social entrepreneurial structure, that we don't have to depend on so-called godfathers in power to decide who lead us. You understand? Now, you talked about the why. Why do we solve this problem and how? But I'm just going to throw this question. I'm in South Africa. You are in Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I'm in Atlanta, but I'm based in Angola.
Fine. You're currently in Atlanta right now. I'm in South Africa. And, Africa, and yeah, from also different parts of the world. How can I, collaborate with you, giving an example, with you, to solve a problem that is present in my country? I'm in South Africa, remember? And so let's take South Africa, let's take Nigeria, for example. How can I collaborate with you to solve this problem? We have this problem in Africa where if you're going through a problem in Angola, it's not my problem. And that's a mindset we must change. So until you're able to solve it, it's not a problem. You go seek for help elsewhere. And so when I'm going through a particular problem, you also don't want to come. You just want to be involved. If we are having a terrible system of leadership in my country, which we're not, I know you're not to talk about leadership right now, so don't worry. If we're talking about some terrible system of leadership in my country, it is not your problem. And that's not the system we must operate in Africa. You understand? So in terms of social entrepreneurship, how do I get you, to see the picture and say, we have this problem in my country or in my community. Please, can we work together and solve it? That doesn't mean that you're actually living what you're doing. Tomorrow, it may be your turn. I'm coming to help you. But how do we build that culture and mindset? We are a movement of action, not talkers. And that's what One African Forum does. We don't bring people together to just talk. Let's get to work. And that's what you write. Let's get to work. Enough is enough. So how do I get you, Lucia? How do I get Kate? How do I get Arthur? How do I get Carol? How do I get these people together and say that let's solve this problem in your community? And then from there, move to the next. And that's how it is a little bit. So I'm just going to leave you to actually attend to that question. And if there are anyone who has any question, please just raise your hand and I'll recognize you as we proceed. Thank you very much. Lucia, over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Prince. Well, you get by getting, actually. You are in South Africa, and I just remember something, a trip that I went to South Africa. I went to Johannesburg in 2013 to do research on a business idea for a South African person that was in Atlanta. So that's an example. And I don't remember exactly where I went, but I took like 2 days to go, and I went to libraries there in Johannesburg. I traveled, I went to different villages and locations, looking for, clues in order for us to bring a business plan together. So the brother is not in Atlanta, he is in New York City. We met in New York City, and he said, hey, I don't have that much time. I don't have the resources to go home and do this. Could you do that for me? Of course, he paid for it. I say, yes, I'm going home. I'm going to Angola. And on my way back to the States, I'll just go to South Africa and do what you want to do or what you intend to do. So the first thing is to define what is it that you want to do. What problem do you want to solve, and what needs, what are the resources that you actually need in order to implement that solution that you thought about. So you have to start somewhere. And then when you define that, when you get that understanding, call Helen, call Godwin and say, I'm promoting this. I want to implement this idea. I know that you are an accountant. I know that you know someone who is a venture capitalist. Just network. And then, once you start doing it, it's really simple. I'm simplifying it because at the end of the day, it's really simple. We don't have an MBA to start solving our problems in Africa. Really don't. We just need to collaborate. We need community to get us inspired. We need to keep learning. We need the tools. If we don't have locally in South Africa, we can go overseas. The key here is just for us to act, to start doing.
Very much. Thank you very much. That's thumbs up for you. Really, really, thank you so much. You really put it out there. First of all, define the problem and also know what you need to get it done. So guys, you're listening to that. Wherever you are, let us know what the problem is and what you need to get it done. I'm just going to deviate a little. We have Networker here. When I reached out to her and I said, this is what I want to do. She looked at me again. She came and said, Prince, what do you need?
Hi, this is William. I just wanted to ask a quick question, if that was okay.
I think so. I'm here to answer.
Okay. And I know a little bit about venture capitalist or VC. Could you explain what that is? Because I'm sure like some of the young people probably heard that term, but don't understand what a VC or venture capitalist is. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we have, and thank you for your question. We have different ways of financing businesses. I work with startups in Angola. I'm a mentor of Founders Institute in Angola. And the main problem that we have in Africa is funding. In Africa, well, for the context of our conversation, is funding. So venture capitalists are those people who also fund. I don't want to get into technicalities of it because I'm not an expert in that, but I just want to say that it is a vehicle or a way for us to get our ventures funded. I know that there's one in South Africa. Prince was here. I think he got disconnected. Vusi, brother Vusi in South Africa. He has a venture capitalist company there, and he has been funding a lot of startups in Africa, from Rwanda to South Africa. I know he tried to get into Angola, but for some reason he didn't get there. But there's a few VCs, companies and people in Africa that, that are there to help young people, and not only that, just startups and business to get funded. I hope that answered your question, William.
Oh, yes, ma'am, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need to be guided. Somebody here in the chat said your network is your net worth. Very good. Yes, Ellen, sorry.
I was just checking to see if there was any more questions on in the chat. Please, if you have any other questions, please, the platform is open. Unmute your mic. Do we have anybody here that would like to actually go into business, that would like to ask a question that is maybe starting out in business? Anybody on the platform?
Do you hear me, Helen?
Yes, I can hear you, Cornelia, yes.
Hi, Cornelia.
When Prince was cut out, he just wanted to say and added what Lucia was saying as well. Guys, everybody in the room, it is that easy. People call me the networker. You know why? Because I network mindfully. And when Prince came into the room and asked me what he's doing here for the 2 days, I first asked him, what do you want? Exactly the way Lucia was saying to you guys. So I'm just giving you a double nod on that one as well, Lucia. If you are clear in what you want, then you can network. Like she said as well, we Africans, we don't have all these blah, blah, and all these long stories, you know. We are basically born connectors. It's in our blood to connect with our different communities, and you just have to, you know, this reminds me when I do networking, it reminds me about our apartheid system back in South Africa. You know, I'm based in Germany. Prince is in South Africa, in my hometown. He connected with me. We connected with people around the world and in South Africa, and boom, there we are today. So I don't know, it is really simple. You know what you need to do? Just take that first step. It sounds all complicated. And like I said yesterday, take that word impossible, write it down in fat letters, and write down the date as well on that piece of paper and cut it through the I am and make that word your possibilities, and then start moving. Once you do the first step, the second step, and the first step, it happens on its own. Start moving, start taking what we do here into action. Thank you for having me, Alan.
Thank you, Cornelia. Yeah, that ripple effect happens. So
it's the ripple
need to
effect.
start
So
moving.
you guys make it sound so easy, but I know you're singing from the same hymn sheet. Okay, but for somebody, I just want to ask a question. For somebody who has an idea, what should they do first? Should they do a business plan or network with somebody? I mean, take us through some basic steps of, okay, I've got an idea. I'm into education. I want to do maybe a preschool. Okay, what should I do? What should be my first steps?
Yes, so the first step is to really structure your idea. Make sure that that idea is feasible in the minds of other people. I usually say if one thing is going to work, you should be able to say it in 2 minutes. If you can put your ideas in 3 lines, that's an idea. And then when you test the idea with other people, validate your idea, they'll say you're gonna get feedback. So that's when your ideation, and they have phases, right? People that study put that in books. They say, your ideation phase. Once you have your ideation phase, I usually say, think of a business model. They have tools. They have the business canvas model that you can just come with your main idea, with the idea of the solution that you are creating for a specific problem. Don't just say, okay, this is my idea, let me go. No. Test your idea. This is a solution. This is a practical solution for this problem. That's it. And start from there. Be very specific with your idea. And then plug it into a business model. When you do your business model, I'm going to use the example of the business model canvas. You have your value proposition. What problems, what benefits are you bringing to people's lives? How are you making people's lives easier? And that applies to social entrepreneurship or just entrepreneurship, just one thing. So when you do that, and then you think, who needs this solution, right? Who? This is what you're doing. This is, I don't know, you braiding hair, I don't know, you making jewelry. Who usually needs these kinds of jewelry? Is it men? Probably not. So you want to be specific with your target market and how you're going to communicate with them. You can test that. When you think of, oh, I know you need, these earrings, I see your style, whatever, you Afropolitan, whatever, then you start to validate your idea just with one person. It can be your cousin, like Cornelia said, we're just community oriented. We have extended family cousins here and there. I have a lot of cousins, and I'm sure most Africans do.
Yes.
So just that's our advantage point, actually, and the way we do business in Africa, we need to leverage from our culture, the way we live. We don't, you go to Harvard, you go to there, but you should be able to to put that in context in the continent. And it varies too from country to country. We speak Portuguese in Angola. It's easier for me sometimes to do business with Cape Verde or Mozambique because we all speak the same language and it's easier and we understand, we listen to the same music, whatever, right? So validate your idea, go into the market. Your market doesn't have to be that big. Of course, you're going to do research to see how your product is going to fit in the market, how it's going to develop. There is that science component when you are developing a business, but there is also that art component. Like you trust your guts, you trust your intuition, you trust your right side of the brain, and you also rely on your right side intuition, left side logic. So you just use everything that you have, and then you start thinking of the resources that you need to make your jewelry, and where you're gonna, you know, the processes, where you're gonna buy them, how much you need to buy one pair, how much am I gonna sell, do research, go into the market, dive in, and just see your product or service from different angles, and then just start developing and trust the process. I mean, I don't want to sound too esoteric, but it is what it is. We spiritual people, we feel, Africans do, melanated people.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for answering my question.
I hope it's clear. It was clear.
It's really, really clear.
Okay, great.
It's really, really clear. Yeah. I think another question I'd like to say is, I think a lot of people maybe from the diaspora going back to Africa, in terms of funding, would you have any people to network who can help with funding in terms of starting a business, a small business? Well, I don't like to use the word small business, but starting any business. Do you have any kind of connection in terms of finances, apart from the banks, that can help people that want to start a business that are already in Africa, or maybe from the diaspora and that want to go to Africa to establish a business?
You know, that's the $1 million question, actually.
Yes.
I actually get, you know, in the groups that I'm part of, especially the WEDO Africa, which is the Women's Entrepreneurship Day in Africa, I receive almost every week programs, like funding programs. I don't follow them, but I know that there is. It's just a matter of us being patient and just go into every like website and follow that. Besides Tony Olumelu, you know, Tony Olumelu, he's one, that's one foundation that's really supporting entrepreneurship in Africa. I know of that, and the Vusi in South Africa, the Dragons, I think. I can't recall the names right now, but you know, we can talk afterwards to see what else we can, you know, do and brainstorm to have the actual names of people, but of organizations or institutions. But I know that there are resources. And I always, before I go outside of the continent, I like to to check first what kinds of resources that we have available, and then go outside. And I really love your question, because I decided to dedicate at least the next 10 years of my life. I dedicate in mobilizing resources or means of implementation in four categories. Capacity building is very important in Africa, that we get capacitated to do the things that we want to do, that we dream of doing. Financing, very important. I mean, that's the blood of a business or an enterprise. Technology, very important. Fourth, industrial revolution, technology is very important. And trade, we need to sell. So those four pillars, I can only mobilize those if I have the right partnerships, if I continuously network, so that I'll see and I'll identify, I'll know where to find those means of implementation. So I just took this, you know, this is like, I just took this from the 17 those goals, the United Nations goals for sustainable development. Yes. So I picked that and said, you know, this is my purpose for the next 10 years. I'm just going to do that. So Helen, maybe in the next 3 months, maybe if you come to my platform, Muika, you'll be able to maybe tap into some of those resources.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I can see Prince back on the platform, so I'm going to kindly hand back to Prince. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's been brilliant. Thank you so much. And please, can you put your details in the chat, your contact details, please, so that people can link, you know, get in contact with you when you're hosting anything on a platform. I don't know if you're on Clubhouse, please, so we can be alerted and we can also join in, so we can collaborate. This is what it is about, action now, collaborating with one another.
Yeah, community.
Okay, so hand back to Prince.
Yeah, people in communities collaborate. So we are a community. We're trying to do something, yeah, for Africa.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I yield my mic. I hand over.
Thank you so much, Helen, for holding it down for me. I'm sorry, I just had a bit of technical issues. I don't know if I was saying something sensitive, and then it just went up. But then that's that's very important. Thank you so much, Lucia. We're just going to quickly move to the next session. Hey guys, if you have any question, please just drop it in the chat box there, and we'll attend to them maybe after the next session. And if it is not possible, Helen, may I just request that you take a screenshot of the questions? We will reach out to you. I will reach out to the speakers to give us a feedback, and we will send the questions directly to your email addresses. We probably, I would say, we have all your contact details. So we'll reach out to the speakers, and when they give us a feedback, we'll send it directly to your email addresses. And in some cases, where necessary, we can actually even post the question and the answers on our social media platforms so that everyone can see them. So please, guys, that's actually how we want to be able to connect with all of you and ensure that, yeah, you're not missing anything out. So thank you so much, Helen. We'll stay in touch with you.
Thank you.
So brilliant. We'll stay in touch with you and do more work. Okay. There's a lot we have to do together. Thank you. And yes, we're moving to a very important session, another one. And I'm just going to hand over this session to those who will be hosting. I have my sister here from Natri, who will be hosting the session. Natri and Mr. Walter, they will be the host of this session. And yes, we have somebody very important here in the house. Somebody that we actually have been looking forward to. I would say that getting him and bringing him here was, you know, I don't know. He's simpler than people think. And people just kind of see him as this, you know, this guy. You know, when him and I connected, we communicated. He was very simple and, you know, straightforward. And I really want to say thank you to him for, you know, giving us this opportunity to be here. So I'm going to allow Natri and Walter to take over this session now. Ladies and gentlemen, please brace up yourself. We have Mr. Omoyele Showore in the house, who will be our speaker for the next session. Natri, are you here? Natri?
I think she's there, but she's on mute.
Okay. Yeah, please, Tari. That should be Tari. Her name is Tari.
Yeah,
please
Tari, yeah.
Unmute yourself and let's proceed on this session. Unmute yourself, please. All right, I'll take it. I think it's also an honor as well to be to be sitting and talking to Mr. Omoyele Showore. First of all, I want to say thank you. A huge thanks to you for what you're doing. Thank you so much for what you're doing in Nigeria and what you're doing across Africa. Natri has your bio, and Mr. Walter as well, to actually read to everyone. But the truth is, like we said earlier, how much of a bio can we read? You know, if we have to read your bio, we will read it for the whole day, and we'll still keep reading because there's so much you have done, so much you're doing, and so much we know that you continue to do, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa. And now that you have actually come on platform. This also seals it that, you know what, for those who actually think that Mr. Omoyele Sowore, you know, he's a fighter in Nigeria, this actually goes to tell you that he's actually a Pan-Africanist. I've heard him speak in many rooms, and the vision that he has for Africa is it's so huge, you know, and we actually need, and which is why I respect him so much, to start fixing it from where we are. You know, he is in Nigeria. He's one who is so relentless in the struggle of ensuring that we have a smooth and a safer society in Nigeria. He has been doing this for many years. And I'll just maybe hand the mic over to him. Tari, are you back? I see you have unmuted yourself now. Tari?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
Can all right, thank you. I'm going to, I know I do talk a lot. And when I'm actually in front of people like these, I don't stop talking. So Tari, I'm going to leave it over to you, and then Mr. Walter, and we take it over from there. So Tari, over to you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Good morning, Omoyele. It's nice to be on the stage with you again. We were on the stage in Clubhouse, and I appreciate you always reaching out to the youth, trying to connect and trying to get your message across. Let's have you introduce yourself to those who do not know you. And yeah, let's start from there.
Well, thank you, Tari, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Sorry, let me warn in advance that you may not get the best out of me. I went and took vaccine yesterday. That's a COVID vaccine. Turned out to be a little bit more than I anticipated. Then it has its own side effects, and I'm a little bit languid, but I will want to introduce myself as Omoyele Sowore, and as the last speaker did say, these days I don't give people, when people ask me for my bio, I just don't try to give people bios, because I feel like bios rob people of important conversations. You know, we come in, we read all this bio, and you're gonna sometimes almost repeat what is on the bio in your speech anyway. So we could just as well have handed over our bios to event organizers like this. They read them, and people can ask questions, and we take it from there. So what I'm most known for is the establishment of Sahara Reporters, which is a citizen reporting platform. I was mostly based in the US, started in 2006. It was my own response to how to beef up the media, because it is a well-known fact that democracy stands on four legs. One of which is, of course, the executive, the legislative arm, and the judiciary. But the most important of all of them is the media. There's this saying that prostitution is the oldest profession in the world, right? But I found out that it wasn't prostitution as the oldest profession in the world. It was media. And the reason why I knew it was media was because the people who outed prostitutes were media people. So that's how best I can introduce myself at this point. I hope we can make it as interactive as possible, considering what I told you about my little health situation here after taking the vaccine. But I want to thank you guys again for inviting me and letting me interact with people on this platform, those who are here and those who are watching all over Africa. Like last speaker said, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I often run into trouble with nationalists on the continent of Africa and ethnicists, people who believe in the superiority of their ethnic groups. It is my belief that Africa could be doing really well if Africa was one indivisible, united continent. Of course, with due respect to the various cultural differences of Africans on the continent. So thank you so much. That's the little introduction I feel I could do here today. And I think we take it from there.
All right, thank you so much for that introduction. All right, so I guess my first question, because we're in the youth forum, A lot of what, at least in Nigeria, what we know about you, a lot of your credibility stands from the fact that during your youth, while you were in university, you were an activist on your campus. You took initiative in activism. And this platform is a lot of young people who want to do the same in their different areas. What can you tell us about, because you face also the negative side of doing that. What can you tell us on this platform, those of us who are looking to do the same, to approach activism throughout different industries and fields?
Thank you so much. Yes, now we're going into my bio a bit more. When I was 22 years old, I was elected as the president of the student union government of the University of Lagos. The University of Lagos, with due respect to others who might have attended other universities in Nigeria, is seen as our own Harvard in Nigeria. So when I arrived there was the problem of military dictatorship in the country. And I joined hands with other people outside and within campus to form a strong resilient and resistant youth movement against military dictatorship in Nigeria. And for this reason, I suffered a lot. I was detained for the first time around the time I was in my 20s, early 20s. I was expelled from the university twice. And I went to different detention centers across Nigeria for more than 8 times. And then eventually left Nigeria in 1999 to go to the US, where I then attended Columbia University and started Sahara Reporters afterwards. But the point you're raising was that, I started taking this risk very early in life. But I should also say, which is the part of me that most people don't often hear about, that I dabbled into social entrepreneurship, which is how Sahara Reporter, moved from a small idea into, at the point, a business. Because I realized that for it to be sustained, it just can't remain as an idea on a laptop. It had to have offices that will employ people. They had to go out there and sell the product that we have, brand itself, and become part of the competitive global media at that point. And we did achieve that, even though, just like when I was at the university, I came out bruised from that. And by 2018, I was able to convince myself, even though I hated politics, that it was time to move lever from just being activists to a position where you can convince people that ideas that we have always parlayed to the public can work if the right people get into political office. So I did contest for the presidency of Nigeria in 2018 and 2019.
All right, did we lose you there, or?
No, I'm still here. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you. All right, so you mentioned that you are a Pan-Africanist.
Yes.
What does that vision look like? For those of us who are here, we've talked about social entrepreneurship. What does that look like for all of Africa from the different angles that you've heard on this platform? What does that look like in your mind?
Yes. Well, the easier way to break it down is to look at what the Europeans did with the European Union. They started around 1950, late 50s. After the war, after the Second World War, they started looking at how to integrate Europe, to build it into a major market for products, ideas, and a united front to defend the interest of Europeans. But what would interest you was that almost some of, or the whole of the ideas were stolen from Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, because he had also wanted Africa to be integrated, united, and to protect his ideas and produce its goods services and sell to the world the same way the Europeans were planning it. It's somehow, I've had people debate me to say, well, maybe the Europeans started first. No, they didn't start first. They started in a different format, but it was very clear to Kwame Nkrumah that without the United African continent, with the number of people on the continent, the resources that is a magnet to all the European and American thieves and exploiters and explorers, whatever they call themselves, that if Africa could take control of its resources, take control of its own people, its destiny, Africa would lead the world because we're resilient, we're powerful, and we have majority of the raw materials needed for taking care of the rest of the world. That's what attracted Europeans, Chinese, Russians, and everybody to the continent of Africa. If you look at Africa in those early days, you will understand just by merely looking at the names of African countries, especially on the West Coast, why Europeans were so much interested in us. You know, they named our countries after products that were, or raw materials they found. You had Gold Coast, you had Nigeria, Togo, that used to be referred to as Slave Coast. You had, places like Burkina Faso is Upper Volta because of the Volta River that streams out of the Fouta Mountain. You had Sierra Leone, and you have Gambia. You had Cameroon. Was a place where the Spanish explorers stopped and found a lot of lobsters and prawns that were really good for consumption. So that's why it's named Cameroon. It's a place for shrimps. So that is how they envisage Africa as a place where they could take out resources, refine them and build them to the satisfaction of their own people. But they knew that even after you take all the African products and you build silos in all these European countries, they can't make it except there's some kind of unity. And then they moved to the next stage, which was the development stage of building roads, bridges, designing airspace, ideas that links them at a very cheap rate. Africa was going to do that first. But what they did, the moment they knew that Africans were planning that, after Kwame Nkrumah brought all these African radicals together, including Mugabe, Lumumba, and even some from the US or the diaspora, they started going after African leaders and killed all of them. They killed as many as they can. They started coups. They started, insurrections. They blackmailed people. And as a result, Africa could not develop at the pace that it was envisaged. So for me, my Pan-Africanism derives from that lost opportunity that if Africa can decide to get it right this time around, as is envisaged, but fine-tuned by us, that a united Africa, an Africa that has one single market, probably one single currency, that is connected by air, land, and sea, that substitutes or discounts relationships in such a way that we benefit from just being friends and family, brothers and sisters, and business partners. That Africa will surpass the rest of the world in a matter of a decade. So this is what my Pan-Africanism is about. I found a brand of Pan-Africanism that is rooted in literature, great, but mine is rooted in action.
All right, thank you for sharing that. I will ask a quick follow-up question, and then I have one more question, and I'll open the floor to everyone. Now, in this Pan-African vision, does that include dissolving the borders that we already have to make that a reality? The vision of this one Africa with one country, one currency, et cetera, et cetera. And
yes,
yeah,
the borders must go. Absolutely.
And how would we be able to?
I was traveling from Ghana. I used to come to Ghana before I come to Nigeria because I've always been a wanted person by the government. And it's just so sad that you come all the way from Ghana to Togo Each time you get to each of the borders, it took you about 3-4 hours just to process to get to the other side, which is 2 seconds. And you do that in Togo, you do that in Benin. The Nigerian part of it is the worst. It takes you almost 5 hours to cross from Benin to Nigeria because of corruption. You know, if we're going to have borders, in my view, it will be virtual borders. What do I mean by virtual borders? If you're traveling to Nigeria, you register your vehicle license plate, you pay all the duties that are required, and then you get in your car, or you get in a truck, or you get on the train, and you're in Nigeria. Instead of 12 hours from Ghana to Nigeria, you can make it to Nigeria in 4 hours. That's, for me, technology has taught us that we can dissolve anything. You know, in the next few years, probably even classrooms will become a thing of the past, because it was an idea that I'd spoken about, but COVID has pushed us even faster than we can go. Yes, my position is that this unnecessary, bogus borders should go. We should tear down the walls.
All right. So last question from me before I open the floor to everyone is, how can young people in nations, in all our different nations, stand up and together, because this Pan-African vision is for all of us. How can we all, because this is a platform that has people from South Africa, Nigeria, all over. How can we come together and create this vision of this great Africa that we want to see?
The first thing we have to do is to break down, the idea of Pan-Africanism. The way Pan-Africanism is portrayed now, it sounds like my great-grandmother's, dress. It's such that people it's so alienating. I don't know, maybe it's the people pushing the idea or the conferences. I went to a conference in Ghana of Pan-Africanists, and there was no discussion about Africa. It's just about literature and rhetoric, about books that were written by other people about Africa. There was no connection between the Africans themselves. I didn't see too many young people there. It was just a bunch of mostly diasporans who have traveled and come back, who's just rooted and stuck in a space where the idea of Pan-Africanism wasn't appealing, even to me, even though I'm now 50 years old. So first, we must put aside that we must ensure that we break it down to the level of everybody who believes in African unity, progress, development, talk about entrepreneurship, what Africans would gain by being Africa. Bring out ideas that would motivate people to think Africa and not just make it look as if we're still in 1957. That's number one. Secondly, is to start using technology as it is now, fighting battles across borders. It's very sad when there's dictatorship or a protest in Togo. Other Africans don't get involved. It's like, oh, that one doesn't concern us. Protests in Ghana, not concern us. And SARS in Nigeria, you're likely to hear from African Americans than you hear from other parts of Africa. Let's start assimilating and accepting the battles of other African nations, African brothers, sisters, as our own, so that by doing that, they will understand that we can feel each other's pulse, which is missing now. There's a friend of mine that I wish you brought here. Her name is Farida Nabaruma, who is from Togo. She expresses to me her frustration that she feels alone when she's fighting dictatorship in Togo. I want to be able to travel to Ghana to address a rally, or protest, or participate in a protest where Ghanaians are fighting against, bad governance, or go to Nigeria. But where we can do that, to have some kind of solidarity about issues affecting Africans, because the moment we get past that, that's one way to break down the borders. But to feel aloof and not feel concerned about African issues, or to make African issues look archaic to us, whereas we get involved in other issues affecting other countries of the world. Probably more Africans are concerned about Afghanistan than they are concerned about Nigeria, which has a similar extremist government today, because that's how these issues are framed. And one other thing we must not accept, and I say it all the time, is this idea that whenever Africa comes into debates in the world, Africa is treated as some exotic problem. You know, I'll give a small example. There used to be CNN Africa Journalist of the Year, African Journalist of the Year. Someone nominated me for it. I cursed the person out. I was like, why would CNN need to come and select an African journalist of the world for Africa? Is Africa not part of the world? Are you saying that African journalists are inferior to American journalists? Is there an American Journalist Awards? No. So it's part of the inferiority and insult and debt thrown at us that we accept, that we must start rejecting. A lot of these are what we bring, but most importantly, it's for Africans to think Africa, work for Africa, and dissolve those issues that divide us and start realistically recruiting Africans to support African ideas. I wish more Africans were involved with the fight in Uganda against the dictator there. You know, there's just not enough people. It felt like we left our Ugandan brothers to face the consequences of their decision and cross it. That is part of the way I'm looking at it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Yele. So my co-host Walter is here. Walter, you have the floor before we open it up to the rest of the floor. Okay. Walter, are you there, Mr. Walter?
Walter, you just need to unmute. Thank you so much.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, comrade Moyele. Unfortunately, I joined late, so I could not really join you. But so far,
it's part of the problem we must solve. African time must go. African time must go.
Okay. I'm really sorry. I'm at work, so
no problem. Go ahead, Walter.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So you were talking about inferiority, right? About the Africans. Okay. So I want to know, what are the steps as individuals, we need to take to rewrite this very narrative, this very image that the colonial masters has already written for us before now?
Well, what I don't think is the colonial masters staying alone, because I've moved away from blaming Europe and America for all our problems. I've come home because I've seen more vicious Blacks, African leaders, than the Europeans. In fact, if you look at some African countries today, the Europeans were nicer than our own internal local colonial masters. And we have them all over the continent of Africa. I didn't ask you which country you come from, but I'm sure if you do, tell me, we can find somebody in your part of the world that's doing worse things than the colonial masters did. That's not to say that they're not to blame for this, but it's just that we cannot perpetually blame them to the point that we, we eternally just resign to fate. So, but your question is about inferiority and superiority. I don't want an African, continent that abandon inferiority and that start acting like supreme, supremos. I'm not a fan of supremacist ideas, but I'll give you an example of when I was in New York, in the US, and I created Sahara Reporters. When I would write, I'll break stories, big stories, and these big media companies in the US will ask me to give them my pictures or sell the text to them so that they can scrub out the name of my company. And I will opt not to scrub out the name of the company so that I don't get paid. For instance, in 2009, there was a picture I had of the underwear bomber from a Nigerian guy who was trying to bomb an airliner coming from Amsterdam to Detroit. They reached out to me and said, "Oh, just sell the picture to us, any amount, call the amount, you know." And everybody wanted the picture because it's breaking story, and I refused. I said, "Keep the watermark on it. That's all I want." And that was, it turns out that was one of the best decisions I ever made. But I could have felt inferior by saying, "Okay, you know, let me sell it to you. Maybe they give me $20,000. Let's even assume I get $1 million." But nobody knows the company that found out this name, this person got his secondary school yearbook picture. I will be struggling today. Probably $1 million would have been gone because after I paid taxes and all the rest of it, it'll be gone, right? So it is to imbibe that spirit, that can-do spirit, and that spirit that you can stand up to anybody, anywhere. And because of that decision, a lot of them didn't like me. I don't get invited to talk about my innovation because they just felt like, what the heck is wrong with this guy? There was a conference I went to, and New York Times was there, CNN was there, and they were on the high table talking about Africa. And I asked them, I said, "You are talking about Africa on the high table about African issues, but you only have 2 bureaus. The New York Times have only 2 bureaus on the continent of Africa, one in Senegal, one in South Africa. How do you cover a continent of 1 billion people with 2 people? New York City, where you are based, you have over 5,000 reporters. What's wrong with you?" They weren't happy about it. I said, "New York, the same thing with CNN, the same thing with Al Jazeera. You cover Africa nominally, and most of the time the coverage of Africa is done from a hotel room, safe. And you want me to, you know, to respect your views about Africa. An author will come to Africa, spend 3 months, and write a book. And your professor in a US university will ask you to go and read the book." I once told my professor in the US, I said, "The content of that book happened on my back. You can't ask me to go and read a book written by a guy who traveled for training. I've been in Africa since I was born. My experiences, I was there, you know." So you have to challenge the established norms about how African issues are treated, wherever you find it. And if they are hearing from a lot of us at the same time, trust me, they will start respecting you. They'll start respecting you. But the moment you are quick to throw yourself on the floor, anytime they say Africa, "Oh yeah, no problem." And then we complained and said, "Oh, people, they are reporting negatively about Africa. We want to report positively about Africa." We're deceiving ourselves. If you want to be fair to Africa, you must take the stand of reporting positively about Africa and negatively about Africa, because a lot of terrible African leaders, you can't just wake up in Uganda and say that everything is El Dorado in Uganda simply because you want to feel at, you want to go to the opposite side of people who always say that there's a dictator there. There is. But what you should not do is to close your eyes to things or ideas or individuals that could make those things happen as well. Because otherwise, they will own your narrative, you know, they will own your history, and they will own your life.
Thank you very much. I got that. If I want to rephrase that, what you just said now, they own our history, and if we give them the chance, they will own our narrative, and that will determine the future.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I got that correctly. So I've been a very hardcore follower, and I've seen all the weight you've pulled, all the things you've been doing. But as a youth, you started way back as you were very young. And now we're talking about changing and redefining the Africa's narrative as youth. Yes. Definitely, there are challenges. There are challenges. So I just want you, this is like encouragement or something. Can you just point out the fact, can you just point out how we, the younger generations, and despite these old challenges, how we can really overcome and push forward to achieve whatever we are driving at right now?
You know, I think the opportunities are there. But here's what I will tell you. This is a lesson I learned a little bit late in life. If you don't control your government, you cannot control your economy, and you can't control anything. Let all African youths who are out there, no matter how you want to brand yourself, social entrepreneur, media influencer, all these jargons we call ourselves, it doesn't have any impact as long as you're not the person who determines how people go to school, how people get paid their salaries, where people get treated in the hospitals, and how you eat, and all this shebang that we need to be in charge of. You must take power, right? It's those of you who have money who hate politics fund those who don't. As long as people who have revolutionary ideas still have to look for the American embassy or the Netherlands embassy, and people have cultural ideas still need to look at the French embassy or the Goethe Institute, you're wasting your time. Be in charge of your countries, because in the late 50s and 60s, what made a lot of difference on the continent of Africa was that a lot of Africans, even those who schooled abroad, they came back to Africa and took charge of Africa. And had they sustained their hold on Africa, they would have made their mistakes, no doubt. Italians made mistakes with Mussolini. Russians made mistake with their own dictator, Stalin. People make mistakes, but the good news is that if you sustain the process, you will also overcome those mistakes, which is what Africa did not do since the 50s. We just allowed our leaders and heroes to be rubbished. And I'm not saying some of them are not what to be called heroes, because Mugabe came from that era as well. But let me go back to what I'm telling you. Go back to your respective countries, fight for power. But you cannot fight for power without fighting power. Because if you fight for power only, you are going to be giving power at the expense of the people. You won't have, but if you fight power, then you will have really clean power that can solve so many of the problems. What is the aid that any country from Africa gets from all these countries around the world? Compare them to what they take out of their country. Why should an African country travel to France first? Because they are going to Liberia. You have to fly to Europe to get to Liberia because they control your airspace, they control your military. So it's all these young people, and I urge them, particularly those young people who have traveled abroad, to come back home. The diaspora is a very, very powerful unit of our governance system today, of our economic part today. But it's not enough to be sending Western Union and Eastern Union. Be on the ground to maintain and process and control these resources by being in position of authority. So that's what I'll tell the youth. Don't stand aside and be branding yourself all kinds of funny names. It's not going to take you anywhere. It doesn't take you anywhere if you call yourself social entrepreneur, or fintech, and all your technology and finances are still processed somewhere in London.
Okay, thank you very much, Sorry. Before my co-anchor takes over, before coming to this program, so I just had to discuss it with a few people yesterday to actually get their opinion. And someone said, how are we even sure we are Africans? Like, who wrote the history? Who wrote the history that we're Africans? How are we sure that African ever existed? We don't even know our identity. We don't know the truth. And yet we want to rewrite what we don't know. So I don't know if you can really buttress on that or something.
No, it is not true that we don't know the history. We know our history.
But the history was written not by us, but by someone.
Exactly. You see, there's two kinds of history. There's oral history, and there is the written history. The written history is what the Europeans are processing and controlling. But you still go to your grandmother today, they will tell you a different version of their story that's not exactly what the Europeans are teaching you. It is part of why I say it is important for youths and Africans to control their narrative. Because if we are the ones teaching in our schools, we will be able to tell our real history. But the best African history professor It's not even on the continent of Africa. It's at Berkeley. I'm just using an example. Columbia is at Harvard. How can you tell your history when your best is out there rewriting the history or helping to curate the history that's already been written about you? We have to be on ground and consult with our original, source and get our history. People say that Africa has history, and the history is well known. Our histories are all embedded in, even some of the treasures they stole from Africa. They're all over the museums and in other places. They have a date they stole them. They know what they did when they stole them. We can piece all those stories together by bringing back those treasures. Africa, what they did to Africa, it's not that Africa doesn't have history. What they did to Africa was try to decimate what Africa's uniqueness was, because Africa was the only continent, in my view, that has its own distinct nature and character. So for the Europeans to conquer Africa, they had to destroy that. They had to destroy cities. Benin City, which is somewhere in Nigeria, used to be better than Amsterdam. But they came there and destroyed it. They brought a guy called Lord Lugard from Buganda, which is now Uganda and Tanzania, and brought to Nigeria to come and destroy the economy of Africans who were already selling palm oil through Liverpool. They twisted their hands and said, no, you're not eligible to be selling oil, because if you start selling this business and you get used to the idea, you'll be richer than us. So it's for us to take that back. But most importantly, don't let us continue to lament. Nobody needs to tell you that my grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and your great-great-grandfather came from the same place. We look alike. You don't need a historian to tell you that. But we must take charge of all these issues. As I keep saying, if you are able to be the leaders in your own country, you can make the laws that will make real history be well known, right? If you are the president, if I'm president of Nigeria tomorrow, Nigeria will become the convergence zone for the renaissance of Africa. I will start by building railway, not only from here to Togo, but from here to South Africa, from South Africa to Senegal, so that we won't need to be wallowing through the Mediterranean Sea to, in search of that fleeting illusion of what they call the green, is it green grass, or whatever it is that makes us die in the Mediterranean.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I don't know, my co-host will take over now from there.
All right, hello everyone. So thank you so much, Omoyele, for sharing your time with us today. Now I'm going to open the floor to everyone else. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Sowore today?
I would like to ask a question.
Go ahead, Godwin.
Hi, I'm Omole Sowore. Thank you so much for sharing. I think that it is very interesting how you captured your interest and passion for Africa and how we can eliminate those borders. My concern right now is, would you say that perhaps we are doing something wrong in terms of trying to get our government to act right? So if we look from history, we've seen that a lot of governments suppress people, especially in the African continent. And if you try to challenge the system through protest, we are often not met with a lot of resistance. I'm concerned, outside protest, what else do you think we can do to get their attention, you know, because it doesn't seem like we're achieving much. I might be wrong. I would like to know if you can shed more light on what it thinks that we can do outside protest, you know, or collaboration, or just, I mean, anything that will get this government to listen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll say two things. Protest works. It works all the time. Protest works in heaven, it works in hell. The only difference between how protests work in hell is that, you know, heaven is more responsive to protest than hell. You understand? But that's on the side. What the problem with protests on the continent of Africa is that there's never enough people starting a protest. For a protest to be effective, statistically, effectively, 6% of the population of that country must be on the streets. 24 hours later, governments will fall. Go and write this down. I didn't make it up. It was a professor at Harvard, I think, recently that did the research. So our goal then is, how do you mobilize 6%? If you have 4 million people, if you are 1 million people, right? You need 60,000 people on the street. Protest will work. Is this 60,000 at 6%? Yeah, I think so. Please don't get, you know, I'm not good at math. If you're 100 million, you need 6 million people to be on the streets. 6 million. And it'll be fine. But do we get there? No, we never do, because people start arguing, they create divisions between us. You are Yoruba, you are Twi, why are you fighting against your brother? You are Christian, you are Muslim, this Muslim wants to dislodge your Christian brother. You fall for that nonsense. In between it, you're watching television about things that don't concern you. Secondly, is that there's also possibility of virtual protests. That is, have enough people. These days, government respond to issues that are trending, even on Twitter. That's why they hate all these social media platforms. But to get a thing to trend in Nigeria, my country today, we must know social media influencers and pay them off. But the sad part about it, a lot of social media influencers who can make strange things trend in Nigeria have sold their soul to the government or their affiliates or appendages. So when there's that honesty of purpose, protests will work. Any kind of protest will work. That is why governments don't like protests. They don't even like one-man protests. It doesn't matter which country in the world. US, you know, the European Union, Japan, China, nobody likes protests. No government likes protests because it brings out the issues in a way that governments don't like to handle them. So what should we do as Africans is, let's continue to expand this platform. When I want to protest in Nigeria, I reach out to you. We mobilize everybody on other continents when we agree on the theme, the nature and character of the protest, and the outcome to work together. I would have loved to be part of the Ghanaian protest recently. I've been working with my sister in Togo to drive out the crazy guy there. You know, I'm interested in what's happening in Uganda, in Ethiopia, but on this platform that we're on now, there are about 20 of us. How many of us have tweeted outside of our issues in the last 3 months? No, I'm guilty of that too, right? So until we get past that and we're united in our opposition to what is wrong, whether it's happening in Ethiopia or Nigeria or Zanzibar, we will not have effective protests. What we do, which we think works, is to rely on Europeans and Americans to be our voice when we're protesting and we're being attacked. That should stop because, as you know, they have their problems and they have their interests. If the interest of America is the support of their lackey in Uganda, America will look the other way no matter what he does to you until they're tired of him. And if America is not opposed to him, or if they're opposing, China might support him because of what they're getting out of the place. But in all of this, if they see a united confrontation of the people, nobody ignores it. And that's what is lacking. We haven't done a good job mobilizing ourselves to the point where protests can be very, very effective within a short time. And when protests are not effective within a short time, it is attacked by fatigue and allows your enemies to regroup and attack. So that would be my own very short version of a response to your question.
All right, so thank you so much for the question. Is there anyone else on the stage who would like to ask a question? Or Godwin, do you
I
have
hope
a
not.
follow-up question?
I'm about to run.
Okay. All right. So we don't have any more questions. Thank you, Godwin, for your question. We just want to thank you for your time, Omoyele.
Sorry,
And
thank you.
yes.
I think we should connect on the back channels of Clubhouse. Are we connected that way?
Me, no, we're not. But
Okay,
yes.
let's do that so that we can be in touch.
Okay. All right, we'll do.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate spending time with you this afternoon from Abuja.
Thank you, and keep up the fight. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omoyele Sowore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And, we are together, and yeah, if there are informations that are important, and to everyone, there are information that are important, let us all work on it together and proceed. So yes, we're going to leave the room now for as many as want to pitch their ideas, as many as have ideas and businesses that you really want to sell. I saw one in the chat session. I'm really sorry, Minonia. I'm sorry, that name is always difficult to pronounce. I don't know if she's still here. Actually, I had told her, actually, because we've had a chat. She's in the aviation, and I wanted to get to understand more on what's happening in the aviation sector and what opportunities that are there, and what she seeks to also get as well. From the African continent. So Millionaire is not here now, but I was just going to leave the room for leave it open. So please just raise your hands. It is something you want us to know that is going on somewhere around you. Please let us know if it's your business and there's something you want us to know about your business and how it's going and what we should do and so on and so forth. Please let us know. We are open to have that discussion, that conversation, networking, and taking note as well. Should anything come our way, you are already in our database. You'll be the first that we want to link with and connect with anywhere in the world, to get this running as well. So we're going to leave the room open for a few minutes. If you have anything, please just raise your hands and we'll take it.
All right, I would like to present something.
Beautiful.
All right. Okay, so this is a project that I have. I'm still in the ideation discovery phase, but I just wanted to kind of feel the temperature in the room. I am looking to bring African brands, something, it goes into kind of the problems we have as Africans. A lot of times we don't put a lot of value on what we create. We place a bigger value on what the West creates, right? And I have a goal. I'm in the fashion space. I'm in the fashion industry. There are websites like this to bring our fashion designers, our craftsmen, craftswomen, jewelry designers, etc., onto a platform, bring them to 2021 and beyond, where we can shop from different parts of Africa, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there are different versions of these platforms. Mine looks very different from what's out there. But I wanted to kind of gauge interest. What does that look like for you to be able to shop? Say you want to buy a dress from an African designer. How do you want the process to go? I'm thinking e-commerce, but I would like to get people's kind of opinions as to, the website. What I see is fashion, clothing, accessories. There's going to be home as well. We create very beautiful home crafts. So I just want to hear, I hope I'm getting my point across. I want to hear if that is something as Africans we're interested in, because it's not only going to just be a luxury thing, it's going to be empowering small communities that create these things, to give them a better way of life where and it's going to be where they can sell their goods and make a living. It's a way of kind of opting out of the government's control over these communities in a way. So please, I would like to hear from everyone what they think and what they can add to this idea. Thank you.
Hi, this is William. I just want to contribute a minute if I can. One of the things that I've learned is that when you're promoting a product or service, you look at the best way or the best method to get that product or service to the customer, and that the product or service meets their particular needs. For example, I'm a graduate of South Carolina State University, which is an HBCU, and I try to wear clothing that aligns with why young people should attend HBCUs. HBCUs are historically Black colleges and universities. So yesterday I had a t-shirt on. Today, I also have a t-shirt about HBCUs. So those that are familiar or attend can see that there is a uniting of the idea of why those colleges and universities are important. So just if you could do some market research to find out what is the best way to get that product or service to the individual, that helps out a lot too. Usually an online store works out the best, and you would just have to figure out, your cost for creating, developing, the shipping cost, and the time that it would take to ship to that person. So that's just some ideas that I ran across as well. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, William. Very helpful. I appreciate it. And let me add to, if let's say there was I don't know if you guys are familiar with, say, Matches Fashion or Net-a-Porter, those kind of websites. If let's say there was an African version of that, where you're able to shop anything basically from Africa in terms of clothing, is that something that we want to do? I think there is kind of a disconnect. We want European brands, we want their labels. And how can we change that for people to want it? I'm doing research in that, and you're right, William, it has a lot to do with marketing, with kind of communicating value, which is what the European brands do really well. So yeah, thank you so much. And I would like to hear more from anyone on the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, all right.
If I may add something right there very quickly. In terms of the African market, there's one thing that you have to understand: the method of payment. The method of payment is something that you really need to take into consideration a great deal. Quite a lot of African countries do not accept PayPal, and Stripe is a strictly American payment service. So you may want to look around in the country where you're based for the means of payment. In many African countries, payment has become very mobile. So you have mobile payment methods, which are like e-wallet. Quite a lot of people do e-wallet because it's instant money. They pay through Mama Cash and a couple of such ones. So if you're going for the classical one, like using PayPal and using, I don't know which Stripe, you may have a big difficulty. The second thing you have to understand is shipment. The postal service around African countries takes longer than the postage service between Africa and the Western countries. For example, if you want to ship through a DHL, that's one of the challenges that I have with my books, it becomes more expensive than the product. So you want to make sure that your client, your end consumer, is able to cover, you want to consider who covers the cost of shipment, because again, it can be very expensive. Just an example, in February last year, 2 books were shipped to me by ordinary post, a registered post from Senegal to South Africa, and I received them last week. That's 1 year and 2 months after I have gotten that material translated and got the book launched. That's how slow it was. But you could also say it had to do with the COVID, because immediately the books were shipped, COVID came in. What I have also noticed is if I use DHL, it takes 3 working days for my products, for my books to get to anywhere in the US and to Europe. But within the African subregions, it may take up to 7 working days. So those are some of the constraints that we have that you may need to bear in mind when you want to set up, your shop, your online shop. It's quite a challenge. It's something that really needs to be looked into. If you are delivering within a certain country, there may be some local ways of shipment. Some deliveries is done by motorbikes, some is done by different kind of conventional ways. There are from country to country couriers, like there's a courier between Johannesburg and Mbabane in Malawi or in Swaziland. There are such methods. So there are things that you really need to research carefully to make sure that when the orders are placed, you're able to tell your clients how long it will take for it to be delivered and what that will mean for your cost of production or your overall end price of the product. I mean, the shipment cost. So that's very important. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. That is great value you just gave me, and I would definitely look into that. I'm going to step away for a moment. I have the doorbell. I have mail coming, so I'm going to be right back. But thank you so much, Beatrice and William. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much, William. Thank you, Beatrice. And Terry, thank you. I'm just going to take Zachariah. I don't know. I don't see him here anymore. Okay, he's still here. Zachariah as well. I'm just going to take your question. But just before then, quickly, William, I saw your comments in the chat session. Indeed, a lot of people need to watch this video, and there needs to be, a continental train that connects Africa. We'll actually look into that. For the video, we are going to spread as wide as we can to ensure that everyone learns from what we have actually also gained today. So thank you very much. Zachariah, over to you.
Hello, Prince. I wanted to add something about what Terry just said concerning fashion. I recently noticed that there is a kind of digital art introduced into the market, into the world in general, and NFTs and things of this sort. And there is also a kind of fashion that is introduced, and it's called digital fashion. And it's a trend, and the world is not adopting it so soon, but I guess it's environmental friendly, and if we manage to do it in Africa, it will be good for the continent. We will be pioneers in this kind of domain.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zachariah.
Then basically is, as Africans, we need to have some form of platform where we can also be able to, and that's very correct, that's true. And that just brings me to somebody who contacted me, I think early this year. I'm just not going to mention the name just for some reason, either for publicity or for security, whatever we want to define it. He actually developed a social media for Africa, owned by Africans, that can be used within Africa. And one of the reasons when I asked him, okay, why did you do this? He said he has seen that in many countries, when there is an uprising, when the young people are about to raise their voice and so on, one of the tactics is that the government goes and shuts down the social media so that they cannot connect. And so this social media that he has built is one that the government needs to assess through him, and he's not going to let it. And therefore, it is one that cannot be shut down from any part of the world. It is one that, with so much security, I don't know how he's doing. I'm not a tech person. So, but one of the reasons is it's the voice, it's a social media that allows for communication and interaction in Africa and cannot shut the voice of the people. I said, very good. I think when we had our symposium, I had invited him to come speak. He was on, and in the middle of the program, he had an engagement, an urgent one. So he had to also rush out. So he has not been able to formally make a presentation, and I'm looking forward to him coming on one of our programs one day to come explain to you and explain to everyone why we should adopt that social media. you know, how secure is it? And a lot of other questions as well that we need to do. So yes, thank you very much, Zachariah. I don't know, does anyone has any other idea you want to pitch? If anyone want to jump in right now, we're going to open it quickly. And yeah, if you want to jump in, just raise your hand or any follow-up question. Okay, Cornelia, right?
Yeah, to Terry as well. Very good point that Beatrice Akela has also raised. Yesterday after the conference, Carol and I were just discussing all the good information that was given out and statistics as well, you know, Statistikers, einfach auf Deutsch. Yeah, about how to about the trade in Africa. And when I look at fashion, I'm sick and tired of buying European stuff. You know, Africa has such beautiful clothing, such beautiful designs and everything. Where we are lacking, and where even some of the Africans who are very well known here in Europe as well are looking, they cannot find quality clothing, and people are out there and offering them the stuff as well to say, you know what, we are here, we would like you to also do our brand. You know, they are even willing to put it out. These are influential people who are out there in the media. A lot of times they are struggling to get things from you guys. So my question to you is, how do we get your designs to us as well, in the right, I would say, not, because we have to wear it as business clothing as well. Could you accommodate us as well, Terry, by wearing business clothing with African prints or African designs, you know, very proudly African? I have ordered quite a few African clothing in Amazon. You know what, they're lying in a packet in my bedroom because they don't fit. Yeah, so I don't know who made it. I'm an African woman, I don't fit in a size 0. Yeah, so my question is there any way that you guys can also accommodate the business African diaspora women who are out here?
Most definitely. That is something that
Please reach out to me.
Okay. That is something that is very important to me. I currently work, well, I just stopped working for them. I just moved. I work for 2 European brands. And one is based in Germany, the other one is in Spain. And they primarily focus, that's why I'm working with these brands to learn kind of the distribution, to kind of replicate what it is that they're doing in some way, to bring these things that you're requesting, make it available to everyone. So the brand from Germany does a lot of suiting. So definitely for the working woman, for the modern woman. And I would like to see our version of that, because we're out here, you know, all over the world. And the platform, as I think of it, is going to be accessible all over the world. So you said you're in Germany, you will be able to log on to the site and shop.
Yes. Sorry, but I just have to tell you all as well, you know what, a really scary experience I had with a friend of mine from Burundi. We just had like an afternoon walk in Frankfurt am Main, and we were walking past the Gucci shop. What did we find in there? Our clothing, our prints, the ones that we wear, and with a price tag that will blow your mind. And we walked into the shop, we made so many pictures and all that. And you know what came to my mind? Colonialism. They stole again from us.
Exactly.
With a Gucci brand, with like 3,000 euros for a top, which is clothing that we wear back home for a very small price. You know, we can't let it go this way in our fashion industry as well.
And honestly, that is what inspired this. I live in New York City. I was part of the Fashion Week scene and all of that. And I will see our designs, our fabrics kind of appropriated on the runways, and they sell it to you like it's something new, and you're just like, no, this is what we do. Like Dior, some collections ago, I can't remember what season, was basically a ripoff of Africa. So that's what inspired this vision, right? We need, instead of them coming to see what we do, paying our craftsmen very little money to replicate some part of the dress or some weaving method that they do not know, how about we do it while empowering our communities and it being put out there by us, right? When we get out of this capitalist colonial way of doing things. So yes, I have considered it's not going to be just Ankara, which that's what we call in Nigeria, those prints, those cotton prints that you cannot translate to work, etc. It's going to be different types of designers all over Africa who speak to the working woman, who speak to the evening dress and all of that. So definitely I'm taking that into consideration. And since you're in Germany, the brand that I worked for, I just left, is Annette Gortz. I don't know if you are familiar with that brand, but it's a German-based brand, Annette Gortz, if you want to look into them.
That was
And
great.
thank you all for the opportunity as well. I just want to say that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry. So if I may add on, since Cornelia is so rich and everything, we have an African girl here that gets a group of single parents to make the African dresses and clothes and bring them over here and sell them at Swiss prices. So Cornelia can definitely afford those. Cornelia is so quiet now. She's going to kill me after this.
You're on mute, Cornelia.
He's coming to my room again. You know what I mean? In the next few hours, I can't do it right here. It's not my space.
I'm safe here. I'm safe here.
I'm sending you a big hug, but the border is not far away from Germany to Switzerland.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who would like to contribute? The platform is open, or maybe would like to pitch their business at the same time. Does anybody like to contribute who has a business idea or is already in business in Africa that would like to? The platform is open. Please, this is an opportunity to maybe give us a little a bit about yourself as we have time. Or contribute on what you've learned today.
Well, this is William. Ladies first. Go ahead. I can wait.
Oh, William, thank you for that. I think our ideas certainly connect. I was going to pitch the idea of the books. I mentioned before, well, my name is Beatrice, and I am a serial publisher of the Africa for Smart Kids book series. So I have a series of books called Africa for Smart Kids. The series currently has 19 titles. You will probably find them, or you will find them on the Lobuntu Books website, www.lobuntubooks.com. I think I put it in the group. I will do when I'm done. And the essence of the books is creating content that allowed the readers, meaning kids and family, especially Black families, to have a proud sense of identity. So one of the books is on Africa's 40 female presidents and prime ministers. There is one on the wonders of Africa. There is one called I Know My Africa from A to Z. It gives kids or readers the basic information about the 55 African nations. So quite often we think that Africa is just one country. And the kind of books that I write are basically the books that I write in the way that I would have loved to read and for kids to be interested in reading. It is not too much information. It's not babysitting kids, but rather encouraging them and sparking their interest, their curiosity to go do more research. And what happens with my books is in the beginning of each one of the books, you have a reader's guide. The reader's guide tells you all the kind of activities that you could do just using the content that is in the book. And at the end of each one of the books, there is a self-evaluation form. There is a live vision form. And there's another form that allowed you to do your inventory, so you know your self-worth. The time that you started reading the book and what you now know from the book, where does it put you right now? And what is it that you want to do? And the life plan form that is inside allowed you to take an action from this very moment up until the next 5 years of your life. So it's a book that really there are books that invite readers not just to read and put down, but rather to take action. And my intention is to bring these books into as many schools, as many families as possible. The first 15 titles have been approved for schools in Johannesburg. Gauteng is the province of South Africa where Johannesburg is the capital. So they are currently being read in schools. And when I see how assertive the kids that read these books have become, I think that it would be extremely important to put these books in the hands of many Black kids, because again, it really gives them a proud sense of identity. So if anyone is interested in this kind of content, I know Cornelia and I, we've talked so much about this. The idea is also, I'm trying to develop flashcards. Each one of the book is coming in the form of flashcards so that you can sit on the table in the evening with your children and use those flashcards to learn. When you're driving in your car or traveling, you don't have to be bored. You have those contents that you can work on. We also have some audios that are coming along with that. So it's a book series that is constantly growing and expanding. We have a series of quizzes that really allow you to learn about Africa as a game of cards. So if anyone is interested in this kind of material, if you are close to any homeschooling communities, or probably you're a homeschooler and you need this kind of content, I will be more than happy to share with you. That's number one. Number two is we are all going through the pandemic and we all are having challenges. And sometimes we need to affirm ourselves out of this kind of situations that we're currently in. I think we need a lot of positivity. So I'm launching a series of master classes. The first 5 classes are free on how to affirm yourself out of COVID-19. So I give you basically skills and tools that can allow you to navigate through the pandemic and to prepare yourself for a better 2022. So these are the 2 key products that I am putting on the market. And of course, if anyone is interested in writing books, always ready to coach anyone through that process. If anyone is interested, I will be more than happy to collaborate in this area of education and empowerment. So I'm Beatrice and I'm done.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Thank you. Thank you so much. We also have a hand up. Is it IB? Is it IB? Please, if you're on the platform,
no,
I did see before. Thank you. Can you unmute, and the platform is yours, and then we'll go to Walter after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Abi is my name. Sean Abi is my name, from Nigeria. And what I want to pitch today is, first of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers for having this. It's been my first time being on a platform like this. I found this program on Clubhouse, and I looked forward to it. I couldn't join yesterday's session, but I had to make sure I was here to join today. So here's what I find that I began to work on. It's an African issue where I'm very hard for young people. And I find out that in order to, curb our unemployment rates, there's something we're not looking at, and that is career guidance. In Africa, in my Nigeria, young people, young people just get to decide, oh, I want to study engineering, I want to study XYZ at their 12th grade. There's no emphasis on how do you guide a student, how do you guide a child through navigating their careers. No one talks to them about that. The guidance and counselors in there don't also know much about that. Parents also are not even aware on how to guide their young ones through different career paths other than the conventional engineering, medicine, or lawyer degrees. Now there's a huge gap where young ones cannot, really rely on their parents for information. And young people like us will have to step in, being mediators. So you see that young people go to school, parents cajole them to study medicine and engineering, and they don't like it. So they go into school, they manage to get out of school, some fall off, or drop out, some get a very low degree, and then they're back home because they've spent so much money, so much time, not in the career area they want. Because they do that, we're not able to see more young people get jobs, express themselves, earn money, because they've just been tailored to go to university and just get a degree. So it's a big issue, that we begin to think about how can we help young ones, especially because they are now the engine. We're still the engine, but we have millions and millions of these young ones, just still growing up, and no one's talking to them about career. So I did design a workbook. I'm currently working on this. But what I did was organize the first ever career expo for senior secondary, or high school and pre-university students just last Thursday and Friday. And I was on the radio. I talked about this, why this has to be every city, every country in Africa should begin to see this, as a move. We need to go back to our schools. We need to help these young ones discover who they are and, discover the potential before they get into university. Else we are not helping them. They come out of school and they're still not able to, serve country. They're still not able to get work. They're still just at home. That's a big issue in our hands right now in Africa. So what I coined was something I titled career ideation, which is how do you get to a point where you say, you know what, this is what I'm going to study in university. And then when I'm in university, how do we equip you with the skills, thanks to social media, thanks to Zoom and all of these things? We can keep you informed virtually, and then we can connect you with solutions and skills so that you're well equipped, so that peradventure, you studied engineering, and then you get out of school and there are no jobs. You can fall back to a plan B, or plan C, or plan D. All of this would help our economy. All of this will even help these young ones, so that they stop, so they're not reliant on family and friends, because not everyone has money now. Everyone has to be self-reliant, so I think this is an issue, and I'd like to connect with anyone who is interested in this. How do we marshal this into call to action? How do we get this done? I'm working on a site that can just show you, anyone who's interested. I'll just show you something with images on social media, everything you can see, what we're trying to do. And eventually I want that this goes around the 54 countries in Africa, that we're doing something like this to help African the young minds in Africa for a better future and a better tomorrow. Because even us, we're still trying to navigate our careers, right? But imagine them, if it's just us and not them, and how we're carrying these young ones along. So I do hope that this resonates with a few people here or everyone here. And let's see in your respective countries how we can provide this solution to our young minds in Africa. Thank you very much. I'm done speaking.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. Please, this is all about collaboration. Thank you so much. Please if you can put your details in the chat so people can connect with you. That would be awesome. Your business, your email address, maybe your Instagram page. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Walter now. Walter, you did have your hand up. Do you want to
Yes,
take the mic?
All right, thank you very much. Quickly, just to our last speaker.
Your network is a bit fading out. We can't hear you, Walter.
I don't know, Mr. Ancient, if you're here, I think there is actually one you could work with, since he's talking about education. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Walter. Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Walter, we can
Hi,
hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes, but your line is going in and out. We can hear you. Carry on.
Is it fake? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. I just want to say, Mr. Agent, Mr. Ibie has just actually said something really, really important, and something we can work with as one African forum. So just say, just keep in touch.
Walter, your
I'm
network,
sorry.
we cannot hear you.
Really need
You have to move to some place better.
Yeah,
We can't hear you.
Walter, hold on, I'm just going to mute him for a bit. I'm just going to mute him for a sec. I can't hear.
Walter, stop! Stop!
Okay, I'm just going to mute him for a bit.
I do write business plan.
Walter, stop!
Wow. Okay, so
I just muted him for a bit. We cannot hear. Walter, if you're listening, we cannot hear you properly. Your network is fading in and out. We have somebody else whose hand is up. His name is Paul Tanton. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Please, if you can unmute, the platform is yours.
Hi, Helen,
Paul, you're
thanks
welcome.
to everyone. I've been on since yesterday, and I'm in a lot of rooms with Cornelia. And in a lot of rooms with Cornelia, and very passionate African. I might not be the right color. I'm in the minority here, but definitely passionate.
We welcome
about
you.
I want to talk a little bit about analyzing behavior, and I talk about understanding how the behaviors of people. And I've been a lot of talking about starting businesses, but if you don't know what your manual looks like, it's very difficult.
I don't know what is wrong with the network
What your
today.
operating model is,
okay,
and then
Paul,
use that. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Paul, yes.
Yeah, so my pitch is just let's use those in trauma.
Well, I'm sorry, but your network is going in and out. I don't know if it's just myself, but we cannot hear you.
Behavioral assessment to see what you're great at. So,
okay. Well, could you just go back a little bit what you were saying? Because your
anyway, I'll leave
network is going in and out.
Let me just check whether I can move where I'm. Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you better now. Thank
you
so much. Thank you. Welcome back, Walter. Sorry, your network was playing up, so we had to mute you. Go ahead, Paul.
So that's on a fiber connection, so it's very, very strange.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, I'm almost finished. So I think it's just if we can understand and help the youth understand what helps them. And I was a bad student at school. I had an average of E, and only when I discovered my own operating manual was I able to start a business, and it's been running for 6 years. And I help people to actually understand that operating model. So I'll put my details in the chat, and let's connect, because I'm really passionate about unlocking skills in Africa and on the African continent. I'm Paul, I'm done.
Paul, thank you. So Paul, Paul's going to put his details into the chat. If you'd like to collaborate with Paul, please connect with him. Okay, there's anybody else? Let me just go to Walter. Walter, is your connection better now?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's still kind of like fading. I think we've lost him again.
Walter, may I suggest this? Walter, if you actually type it out, it might be better because your connection is really not strong.
Okay,
does that make sense?
I'll do that now. I'll do that now. Okay, correct.
This is strange.
Thank you, Sebastian.
His network was very powerful just now when he was talking before that.
Yeah, it was really strange. Okay, we have a hand up. We have Arthur. Let me have a look. Sorry. We just had a hand up. Yeah, Arthur, please. The platform is yours. If you'd like to unmute and take the platform. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Hello, sorry if I ask, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect. My name is Arthur Kitolo. Oh, it's repeating.
We can hear you. We can hear you, Arthur.
Okay. My name is Arthur Kitolo. I'm living in South Africa, originally from Kenya. And my biggest concern is right now I'm working on work for a client in America. Yet I do understand that in Africa, we are in need of content. We need to do a lot of marketing. So I keep asking myself, why am I doing work for American clients at African prices? Sorry for me to say that, but it is cheaper to work with an African because of exchange rate. So I'm working with Americans. They've identified this, and I'm working with them at African prices. I don't understand why then I shouldn't be collaborating with Africans. I won the award for the MEA Market 2020 Best Media and Graphic Design last year. So I'm very much able to provide people with amazing world-class content, but I'm struggling to actually get clientele here in Africa. So literally I have to find my clientele overseas. So I just want to appeal to everyone, all the Africans, please let's support each other. Let's not take this money to elsewhere, because we need the content, we need the graphics, we need the media, we need to support each other as Africans. As Cornelia actually mentioned about the clothing, we need to actually buy from each other, you know. I posted a video. I'm the founder of the Men Must Talk movement, which grew to a following of almost 40,000 men in like 6 months. And literally what I was sharing there, it was almost like a journal for me to just talk about my feelings, my emotions, growing up without a father. And all of a sudden there's 40,000 men on the platform. And if you look at the rates right now of suicide amongst the men, there's definitely a problem. We need to work together. That's why I was so excited when I saw a couple today, because they came on as a family and said, well, we've got different strengths. These are my strengths. These are her strengths. These are his strengths. And they were able to come together and make this formidable team. So I want us to do this. I want us to grow together as families. I want us to look out for each other and support each other as Africans. Please, I'm Arthur and I'm done speaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Sebastian, we have somebody from Facebook with a comment. Please, could you enlighten us, please? Thank you so much.
Actually, it's not from Facebook, it's from me. Okay, so I've got this crazy idea when I was listening to everybody, and I know I'm not African or anything like that, me. But I'm setting up a group of entrepreneurs on LinkedIn that are selling services to other entrepreneurs on LinkedIn. Because I want to support the female entrepreneurs that are out there that wants to get a support, because you know I want to have a collaborative team of content creators coming in that provide services for other people on LinkedIn, so we can support one another, because together we are stronger. And this model includes content repurposing that we want to actually bring it out to be done by somewhere. I actually had a team in India. And I was wondering if it would be useful if I then form a team in South Africa, in Africa itself. Personally, I'm willing to contribute 2 hours a week to train whoever wants to be trained in how to do graphics, how to write, how to do copywriting and stuff like that, so that there's also adding into the community there itself while providing them jobs. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. That's great.
So if that's if that's a good model and you guys think this will work, let's set up something. If you're a content creator or you want to learn how to be a content creator, let me know. Come on board. I'll do a series of masterclass that you should be done in 6 weeks, 6 intensive weeks. You come with homework every day. All the tools you get to use can be found online for free, because I'm cheap AF. And because I worked my way up from scratch as well. And the skills, whatever you learned, it's yours. Because yeah, because someone taught me before too when I was younger and when I was growing up. So if you're interested, let me know. I'll put my details of my LinkedIn in the chat below. It'd be great to work with one group of people all together, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay. Please, would anybody else like to pitch or would like to comment in any way? I'm going to yield the mic and the platform is open, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is William. It was great to hear the other speakers. I just backed off a little bit because I know there were some people that hadn't had a chance to talk. But I did post in the chat the WordCamp Central. That is the main site for the WordCamp conferences that are being held around the world. And again, because of the pandemic, all of the conferences are free. And it's anywhere from, there are several that are held actually in Africa. A couple of them are in Nigeria. One or two are in Kenya. There's a couple that are in South Africa, and they're under the names of word camps. So let's say, for example, you did a Google search, word camp Nigeria, the Nigerian word camp would come up. There's a word camp in Port Harcourt and other places. And as they become available this year and next year, they always advertise that they're going to start a conference 6 months in advance, so people can apply to speak. And I was saying before, it's people from all different backgrounds, all different genders, generations, ages. So if you feel that you can contribute, apply to speak and let them know that you would like to share the information that you have. So even though it is a professional organization, we're a welcoming community of multiple levels of technology use, social media. So this is a great way to start learning how to speak and learning how to present. Or if you've already been doing it for a while, to broaden your audience. This is William. I just wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that everybody's had a chance to talk. Walter, how's your connection now? Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank God. Thank you. Okay, so quickly, I just want to talk. My brother Arthur, the Kenyan brother that lives in South Africa. You talked about how you create businesses for foreigners, and you get paid in the local currency. Sorry, quickly, don't take this personal, but I think you need to work on yourself. You need to work on what you do. If you are offering a world-class service, you should be paid up to standard. That depends on you. It doesn't really matter if you're selling in Africa. Yes, we can connect across the globe. We can sell for anybody in the world. So if you're giving a very standard content, you should be paid as you wish to be paid for. So please just work on that. It doesn't really matter if you're giving it to the whites or the British, to the US or whatever. So please, you should work on that. So moving on, I actually, for myself, I just want to say, I am a content creator, not like my brother has said, but I develop business plan. Basically, it has been all in Africa, and I'm an entertainment entrepreneur, so I develop business related to entertainment and entertainment content. So in case you have anything like that, you can also just reach out to me. And I'm a health and safety professional. So if you have your organization, you want to develop occupational health and safety plan for your organization, your business, and everything, you could also reach out to me. I'll be there to do anything. So are we wrapping up now?
May I ask what is the entertainment content? Sorry.
Pardon?
What is entertainment content? What do you mean by that? Can you define?
No. Okay. Entertainment content, basically, the skits that they're making. I don't know if you follow African content a lot, but the skits and everything, the movies, the short movies, and YouTube and everything, stuff like that. So I develop stories.
You develop short stories in the form of movies.
Yeah. Yes.
But I will hunt you down. Are you on LinkedIn?
Pardon?
Are you on LinkedIn?
No, not yet.
I will find you. I will get you on LinkedIn. That's the way you can get business coming in. Right. Catch you later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Walter. Thank you. As I said before, my name is Helen. I'm from Harmony Education, Harmony Childcare. So if you want to start up any kind of childcare business, I want to do something in Africa, especially Ghana, special needs as well. Please get in contact, anything to do with education. I'll be more than happy to collaborate with you. Also, properties as well. I'm also interested in going into properties as well. So please, let's collaborate. I will put my details also in the chat. You can contact me via my email address as well. Yeah, so let's make things happen. So let's use this conference to our advantage, as all the speakers has been saying. We're about to round up, but I can see Cornelia has her hand up. I'm just going to pass the mic, yield my mic, and pass on to Cornelia. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I have sent a message. Thank you, Helen. On the chat, I'm not too sure if I just sent it to Prince. I'm not too sure. Yes, as Carol and I were saying yesterday, we will be doing a masterclass. I put in the chat as well. Please send us an email and also give us a short introduction about yourself so we can also get to know you. And Carol or I will reach out to you. Do not expect us to reach out to you today or tomorrow. It will be Monday, Tuesday, because we also have lives outside the digital world. Yeah, so don't expect a reply over the weekend. Monday, Tuesday, we will get back to you. I'm not too sure if Carol are able to talk. Her camera is out. But that is from Carol and myself. The rest of the details you will get in the reply. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. I think you must have sent the chat to Prince.
Prince, I think I've sent it to Prince, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I can see Zachariah, and I can also see the interpreter as well. The interpreter, he has a question. So let's, should we let the interpreter go first, and then we'll go to Zachariah?
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miss Ellen, is it Mrs. Okay, Madam
It's
Helen. Yeah, okay.
Miss.
All right. Today I promise not to talk, but due to what you just said, you are much concerned about the special needs, and then your area specifically is at Ghana, right?
Yes, yes, I'm based in the UK at the moment,
Are you
but I
there?
want to do work in
Yeah,
Ghana.
yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay, so
Yeah.
yes, please, I can hear you. So I wanted to merge you to so that if you are about to go on your journey concerning the special, you draw my attention, and then we work hand in hand, because if you talk about the special needs, we have the hearing impaired, that is the deafs, we have the blinds, and then the physically challenged. So when it comes to the deaf aspect, I'm always available so that you can contact me, and then whatever we are supposed to do, we can do it together. And then
Excellent.
again, and then
I think your screen has frozen, but we can hear you. Okay, I think we've just lost him. Okay, we'll just wait for him. I can see that Zachariah had his hand up as well. Zachariah?
I'm still here.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. Sorry, carry on.
I don't know what the network is doing here. And then aside that, the interpretation issue, as in deaf sector, I'm a plumber by profession. So anything you can let us make, and then we know how to do about it.
Definitely. If you could put your contact details in the chat, that'd be amazing. Do you know
because of what I'm doing?
Yeah, do you know Makaton as well? I know you're signing. I know you're signing at the moment. Do you know Makaton? Makaton, which is the sign language that's used for a lot of children with autism, that's used in America and in UK. Do you know Makaton?
That sounds strange, right?
Have you heard of Makaton?
That does sound right.
No.
Okay, so we can talk. So that is it's a more simpler way of signing when you actually sign and actually talk to the child. So you say good morning, yeah, but you actually speak at the same time that you are signing. Yes, yours, yeah, and then also write, like for example, Helen, it would be my name in sign language. So there's lots of things we could do together, definitely. So if you put your details in the chat, we can collaborate. That'd be brilliant. Okay, Zachariah, I could see that you did have your hand up. Please, we still have some time. Would you like to unmute your mic and take the platform? I yield my mic.
Okay, I have a question for who might have might have the answer, or I just have a question about we as young African, we as youth in Africa, shall we continue our studies abroad, or just continue our studies locally?
Thank you, Zachariah. That's a really great question. I don't know who would like to take that question. Who would like to answer that?
Mr. Williams Jackson, do you want to attend to that?
Sure. I was I was trying to click my button. I would say I would just say research what you want to study and find the best institution to match your needs. Usually the local universities where you are provide the best service locally and at the best cost. But then as you continue on with your education, there are plenty of universities and colleges that have online access. And a lot of the online access now is better than what it used to be because of the pandemic. And they're having to be online, but research locally where you are first and then branch out to find the course of study that suits your needs and use that as a foundation to branch out. So if you're working on your bachelor's degree, whatever area you're interested in, find a school in your area that you can get your bachelor's degree. And when you move on to your master's, or if you want to your doctorate, find other institutions that can broaden your scope of understanding the world around you. And that's just my suggestion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. That's awesome. Thank you. That is awesome. Okay, does anybody else have anything to say, anything to pitch that would like to take the mic before we close? I mean, this has been so awesome. I literally do not want to close, but although I'm tired, but sorry, Walter, I didn't hear you.
No, I said that's correct. Like the time is not there.
Yeah. Let's just have a look. I'm just want to check the careers guidance and counsel in Africa. Abby has put something in the chat. I just want to go to Carol. I know Carol is on the platform, and I know that Cornelia has already spoken. Carol, would you like to share anything before we go? Carol LePage, I want to, if you want to share anything. She might be away from her desk. Okay, Carol, if you're still on the platform. Okay. Any closing remarks before we close?
Oh, she's not coming on board? Okay. So if everybody is wanting to get all the information from the chat itself, please go and click on the 3 dots at the bottom and click Save Chat. So you get all the contact details in there as a text file after this. I repeat, go to the chat window, click on the 3 dots at the bottom right, and click on Save Chat, and you get a copy of the chat in saved, and it will pop up right after the call has been ended. I can see everybody touching their screen in front of me. This is so fun.
Yeah, you've got to have to show us. Maybe you can just send it to us, Sebastian. Send it to us in an email.
Oh God.
Or
I
send
got
it
a copy
to us
here
in the
anyway.
group chat. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Any closing remarks before we go? I've really enjoyed meeting you all. Let me just check to see if Prince, please, if you're on the platform, would you like to give any closing remarks before we end the day 2 session, please?
If Prince is not, I would like to take the mic and thank everybody,
Thank you so much, Cornelia.
Especially those who joined us from New York, and so Sylvia, who joined us yesterday morning as well at breakfast time, very, very early, and Mr. Jackson, who was with us for many, many hours yesterday and brought his wife with him today, a great inspiration to us all. And to those youth and everybody who has been part, and Paul who has joined us as well for the 2 days, and everybody else, and Helen, you are a star. You have been an absolute
Definitely.
diamond, really. You know,
We're a
one of
family
those
now.
you
Family
don't
now.
find everywhere. And Helen, you've been really awesome for the 2 days hosting this event as well. And everybody else, you know, we can sit here, spend many hours for 2 days and listening to everybody, but it's taking action after this, making real connection and taking action. We are here. There are so many amazing people who have joined you. So please take the opportunity to take the connection you have in the chat. Sebastian, we brought along as well. Thank you, Sebastian, for all the hours that you've spent as well. And I know, guys, you don't even know how much Prince has put in this, what we have for these 2 days. He is so tired. He's had a lot of work behind the scenes. And those who has done the sign language, oh my God, I don't know, really. You people have been amazing.
Amazing,
Where do
absolutely
you get
amazing.
something like
We
this?
salute you. We salute you.
Really
Thank
great
you.
stuff. Yeah,
Thank
big
you.
thank you to all of you. Yes, so that is my little 2 cents. And take up each contact that you have in the chats, and make that human connection, and take the first step. The second and third, it happens on its own. Okay.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. Thank you. That is amazing. Thank you. Any last closing words from anybody?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Cornelia, for the words and everything. I just want to appreciate everyone for finding the time to be here today. Prince, thank you very much for the efforts. Like, this is awesome. This is awesome. So quickly, just a quick one before I go. In line with our changing narrative and identifying ourselves, I just want to say this. Dear Africans, it is time we start seeing and identifying ourselves beyond members of a tribe or race, but as a native of a nation of one people, working towards a common purpose of bringing the world to Africa and taking Africa to the world. Africa is the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Walter. That's it. Africa is the future. Africa is the future. Thank you so much. Sebastian, I wondered if you can save the recording. Is because I know Prince is not on, but it's a live recording. Is there any way you can end the recording when we
I'm
you
not
do that?
I'm not the admin though. I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, I think it's a shame, because if Prince is not on, we will lose the whole recording.
What do you mean lose the whole recording? It's on Facebook Live.
Yes, but you have to also end it, don't you? You have to end the recording.
But once you end it,
Here
no,
he is.
Prince is there. There we go.
Prince. Hi. Thank you. I yield my mic to the man himself. Thank you so much.
I was listening in the background.
Last words, please, Prince.
Yes, last words. I actually didn't plan the last words. I actually wanted Walter to close it and then we'll go. But I can't not come back here and just say a very big thank you to Williams. Mr. Williams, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and your effort, and for coming on. I mean, it's pretty early in New York. I think we had to wake you up before 6 a.m. this morning. So I want to say thank you. And yes, we'll stay in touch for some of the things we're working on the ground. And yeah, we're having a bit of challenge, but of course they are just challenges. We'll overcome them, and then we'll work together. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to the sign language interpreter. I mean, I don't want to repeat everything that everyone has said. Cornelia, thank you so much. Helen, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Zachariah, Godwin. Thank you all for coming. Arthur, thank you. I'm actually looking forward to having this our conversation actually with you on Monday. So I don't know, you and I have to talk about how that's going to work as well. So yes, please guys, follow us on all our social media platform at One Africa Forum. We are everywhere. We are on as One African Forum. We are on Facebook as One African Forum, on Twitter as One African Forum, everywhere, on LinkedIn, on Instagram. We have secured that name. Don't worry, it is us. You look for it, you'll find us there. One African Forum. Follow us on, and also if you have any question or any follow-up that you want to make, don't hesitate to reach out to us. You can email us. You just reply to the email that you received when you registered, and then we'll be sure to respond to you. Like I said, within 48 hours maximum, we should be able to respond to you. And yes, if there's anyone you want to connect with here, just let us know what it is, and we should be able to connect with any of them, and just so how you can run these resources. And as many screenshots as you can take, please take it, share it, make noise about this, so that next year will be really, really great. And like we said, Cornelia and I, we do not know what continent will be hosting next year's global conference. We don't know. So guys, get ready, brace up. And when we meet next year, we'll also be meeting and rejoice. So I want to say thank you all. It's been such an amazing time. And I remain Prince Erahon. I don't know, somebody's just about to enter now. Just now. Okay, well, let me make the closing remarks. So I want to say a really very big thank you to everyone. And we are here to work and do this for Africa. We're here to do support for Africa. So if there's anything that you would like to run in Africa, please, please, please let us work together. Let us do this. We talked about social entrepreneurship earlier. We talked about everything. But the goal is to actually make Africa's future better than what we currently are right now. And that's the goal. And Walter has said, Africa is the future. But what does the future look like for Africa? It is in our hands to build it and design it. Thank you very much, guys. I'm Prince Erahon, and I am done. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys next year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can play good music. Let's dance. Thank you. I'll see you guys next year. Thank you.
We'll see you on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, I'll see you on Clubhouse too. For those on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Clubhouse family. Thank you
so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye.